man at leg slip, which we know is an area where Brathwaite plays the ball quite often. But with a wave movement, I would prefer to see a little bit more support in the slip cordon. I wouldn't want to attack Brathwaite on the hip. Yes, we know that sometimes he is a bit susceptible, but with the ball still pretty new and that natural away movement, I think that on a percentage basis, I would have a third slip. Instead of just the two slips in the gully, I would have a third slip.
Yeah, that would have gone straight into the midriff. And now they're going to make the change as Jordan comes from leg gully. He's going to go to third slip. So they're listening to you, Hendy.
Well, for CCC's sake, you just hope that the horse is not bolted.
You may get a ball into leg seven and tickled fine. We'll get a single. Good intervention from the bowler, because had he not partially stopped that, I think had the time of that would have gone away for four, but he got his hand to it.
And I've seen this from Brathwaite in recent times. We often talk about how his bottom hand comes into the shot at the last moment and he would tug the ball to mid-on. But you spoke about the first scoring shot yesterday. The very first ball was a lovely drive through mid-off, and it was a fluent drive, a full follow through of the bat. And that's a part of Brathwaite that we don't see very often, so he must be in pretty good nick.
So McCaskey will get his first ball in the second morning. Three slips are in and a gully. And he starts with a boundary. Square in the offside. Beautifully played by McCaskey.
McCaskey really didn't have to do too much there. That was a bit of a gift from Holder. And as a batter, you just love to have those sort of deliveries early on. A full bunger. And really all he had to do was get bat on it.
Haven't heard that in a long time. Yeah, it was a full toss. It was juicy. And stroked away for four.
Just struggling a little bit with his length. Here is Shamar Holder, and he looks quite smooth coming into his run-up, but sometimes that's not always an indicator that he's in rhythm. And to present a shin height full toss at this stage, I'm sure he wasn't going for a Yorker at this stage, so a little bit inconsistent with his length. The first delivery to Brathwaite was an absolute beezer of a delivery, but he hasn't been able to replicate that in this over so far. Struggling with his length. Well, that's the first over completed, and the Barbados team, they go up to 38 without loss.
So change of bat for the captain. Scoring pretty heavily in this competition so far. Double century against the West Indies Academy.
On this very same pitch as well, Andrew, so CCC better look out if he gets set. You'll need a digger to move in from there. And he's digging a hole. He's digging a hole to suggest permanence.
Yeah, indeed. So Craig Brathwaite will face up to Akeem Jordan. That's a good start. Getting very square there was the Barbados captain.
A little bit over on the offside, but what he actually did well was to keep the bat very straight. So although he was slightly off balance, he kept the bat in line with the ball, and at least that was a safe way of negotiating that delivery. But again, a little bit hint of movement for Hakeem Jordan. I think we spoke about this all yesterday about when bowlers are down on pace. So to negate that movement, the batter is quite comfortable pressing onto that front foot quite early. And, you know, as a opening bowler, seam bowler, fast bowler, whatever you want to call it, the odd time you have to bang that one in short just to try and push the batter back and not let him commit onto that front foot. Now, for me, these are ominous signs for Brathwaite. We spoke about the drive, threw mid off, and now we're seeing that full stride getting onto the front foot. I suppose with the Mitchell Starks and the Josh Hazelwoods, you would see him sort of maybe going in the other direction, going back a bit.
You're right. Jordan is very gentle.
And that's really his forte, that sort of line and length all day with a little bit of each way movement. And he's a patient bowler as well, so his reputation is one that he can hold that line for long periods and just waits for a mistake. Or if he's really getting some assistance from the ball or from the surface, then he could challenge with the outside edge.
That looked ugly from Brathwaite. And he rehearses the authentic cover drive.
This might sound a little bit strange, but I think he was done for a lack of pace. So he actually got into the shot maybe a little bit too early. And when he made contact with the ball, the hands were well ahead of him. And just like Shamar Holder, Jordan would be desperate to really make an impact with the ball.
That's gone through the gap. Runs for Brathwaite. Will get two comfortably. So Barbados looking to build on the decent start. 40 without loss.
And it's really amazing how momentum goes. The CCC had a bad 2 hours yesterday. And that has carried on with to the advantage of the Barbados Pride, where the opening partnership was unbroken last evening. And then they'll be looking to continue in the same vein. And something is not quite right with Shamar Holder. Certainly not getting his length. And again, another overpitched delivery, and you see him just admonishing himself. And, sometimes you could be trying a little bit too hard. I mean, he really wants to prove a point here. He's lucky to get away with that. Another overpitched delivery. So he's wiping his fingers, and we saw yesterday, I see the umpire just having a look at his follow through, but yesterday I felt that Hakeem Jordan was getting very close in on that danger area, and the umpires can get very protective of that area, and rightly so. So he just has to be mindful of that. So a number of things the bowler has to consider. He's all about his run up, his rhythm, his length and line, and then you got to worry about running on the pitch.
Yeah, I think you're right in terms of Holder wanting to really impress. Remember, he played in the first match that Barbados lost to the defending champions, the Ghana Harpy Eagles, and hasn't played for them since. In fact, we had a situation where McAllister was injured along with Leacock, and yet he could not get into the squad. But he's playing for the CCC.
You talk about rhythm as well. Sometimes as a bowler, if you're having difficulty in hitting the length that you want, i.e. a good length, sometimes we always say just bowl a couple of bouncers, just to get it out of your system. And a couple of rapid bouncers, doesn't matter if they're not accurate, but just slam the ball into the pitch. Sometimes that can help to get you back into your rhythm.
We haven't seen any short balls at all this morning. Interesting observation. He's been full. Again, a full length. And he would love to come to Kensington and pick up a fifer and say in Barbadian parlance to the selectors, take that. Young fast bowler. We just hope that he can really get back to where he was, 2-3 years ago. Had a nasty injury. He might have lost a bit of pace as well.
That's a better finish to the over. So I think he'll feel a lot better going back to his position there. 9 overs completed, 40 without loss.
Runs for Brathwaite. We'll get a second. Just having to put the skates on to get home. 100-meter runner, they tell me. In fact, when he was at Combermere, they said he was pretty quick as a 100-meter man. Just had to go into second gear there as the return came in. Look at the turn of wrist and impact there, getting it through that square leg area. Pitch is good for batting, and we know Brathwaite, he will bat for about 10 days and even want to bat even longer. He values his wicket, and that's what a batsman should do.
Well, naturally, Brathwaite is the big wicket whenever you're playing against Barbados Pride, but I don't think that CCC should put all their focus on trying to get rid of Brathwaite, because the guy at the other end, Zachary McCaskey, he's under a bit of a watch at the moment because he's had a few starts but hasn't really kicked on, so he will have a little bit of pressure on himself, and they should not discount the importance of keeping the pressure on McCaskey, because you really just want to break the partnership.
Well, he breaches the defense of Brathwaite, but he's so slow that the ball did not carry to the keeper. Well, he's never been quick, but he seems to be even slower now. Akeem Jordan. I think he's lost his place in the Barbados team permanently because, of course, in the setup you can play for CCC or for Barbados. But I rather suspect that he may continue if selected to play for CCC. Oh, that's beautifully played by Brathwaite. Beautifully timed for 4. Threw it on.
It's all about the timing. And as I said moments ago, Brathwaite is looking very ominous. He's playing some shots that I certainly am not accustomed to seeing him play. Uh, More textbook and very assured in his footwork. And you can see here the front foot coming forward, well balanced, and it's just a check drive.
Well, poor work by mid-off, allowing the batsman to get the single. Yeah, you're right in your analysis again, Hendy. Yes, I mean, there was a time when Brathwaite was very dour, would pick a single here, pick a single there, but now he's driving. He's expansive in the stroke play, and certainly has done better in my view in terms of looking to score.
And what I will say, Andrew, I don't think there's any cricketer that works harder than Craig Brathwaite. You know, he knows his limitations, but he makes sure it works for him.
Yeah, I agree with that. And one that has really served Barbados and West Indies cricket with performances worthy of commendation is a real star, Brathwaite, and we want to do very well for Barbados today. 47 without loss. Just talking about Brathwaite in terms of his commitment to the game. We would have recognized him in Barbados for a long time, as you would say, when he was a toddler, making lots of runs at the junior level, several hundreds, and it really continued.
So 4 slips for Shamar Holder to McCaskey.
And with 4 slips, the line is just outside the leg stump.
Which will be it should be of some disappointment to Shamar Holder. But that's the sort of thing that drives a captain absolutely mad. Couple of things. One, it doesn't support the feel that he's been given with those feelers you see in that arc there to the left of your screen. And then it gets McCaskey off straight as well. Or sorry, I should have said Brathwaite off strike as well. But there's a short ball that we were looking for, Andrew.
Yeah, took a long time to come.
It gets the cobwebs out of you, you know.
Banged in just over the top of the off stump. I'm really keen to see him bowl in this match. A lot of talk about his dropping from the Barbados team. No, Philo Wallace was quite angry on my show, but then Philo is always angry. I'm sure he wouldn't be upset in relation to my saying that.
Well, I think what probably upset him most was the fact that there was really no communication to the public or to the press as to the situation surrounding the omission. And like anything else, Andrew, you know, when you don't have all the facts, it's probably not wise.
That's very true.
To form a concrete assessment.
Very well said. And mind you, to my right is a director of the Barbados Cricket Association, and they do get reports, I am sure. And Henry Wallace is on several committees of the BCA.
Timely stop. That was certainly going to run away for at least a couple of runs. So at least the energy appears to be there for the CCC in the field. And on a surface like this, you want to offer all the support for the bowlers. A first innings score that was well below par in my estimation. I reckon par here on this pitch is probably 350, 375. So the bowlers now trying to make amends. So the umpire will come and have another look at that follow through. And umpire Reefer just directing Holder that he needs to get off. And again, when you're really charging in, sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to get off the pitch as soon as you would like. And that's exactly what happens. In probably the mindset of getting off the pitch, he goes a little bit wider, and then that's a wide delivery. Anyway, 11 overs completed, and that's 49 without loss.
So the Barbados team having a chat. That's Ruston Chase speaking, and he can talk all night, all day, all night, because he was the man that destroyed the CCC, picking up 5 wickets, and I thought he bowled well. Jordan to continue. Let's take the opportunity to say hello to Jamal Smith and that nice cushy job that he's got at the Cricket West Indies. He just sent a note saying the guys are sounding good. Oh, the captain didn't do very well there. Coming across to his right, couldn't stop it. Jeremiah, the captain, with number 7 in his back. So the 50 partnership is up. Barbados have made a pretty solid start here on a pitch that looks pretty good for batting. So let me say hello to you, Jamal. Nice for reaching out there in Antigua. I think he's the talent manager, is he? Is that a big job there? Andy, did he speak to you about it? When you applied for the job, did he say, well, look, I have to get an opinion from Andy Wallace? Did Jamal speak to you?
Well, Jamal knows me well enough that anytime he needs to have a chat, he knows he doesn't need any invitation.
I can see that smirk now. I always love to get him in trouble whenever he's doing commentaries. He's going to be a sad miss, in my view, as far as doing comments. I think one of the best in the region. But of course, you've got to move on.
Yes, I certainly enjoyed listening to Jamal giving his comments, analyzing the game.
Yeah. Just give me his exact title again. I mean, I'm sure you've seen that as a board director.
What you mean, his position at the Cricket West Indies?
Cricket West Indies. What's it?
Oh, he'll tell you.
Okay,
he'll tell you.
Andy, Jamal, can you just tell me there? Send me a WhatsApp. I don't want to get the title wrong, but good to know that he's in a good job. Well, Jordan tries a short ball, which hurried Brathwaite. Surprised by that, I would imagine.
Well, it surprised us, and more importantly, I think it surprised Brathwaite as well. But that's what we were speaking about. Bowling that sort of delivery, it doesn't have to be, ferocious, but what it does is just plays on the mind slightly with Brathwaite, where he recognizes he can't just press onto the front foot so easily. So now he has to be a little bit more watchful in picking that length.
So we've had that short ball. Let's see what he'll serve up here. That's a good delivery. Brathwaite will come back for the second, but certainly squared up with a bit of movement in the air.
A couple of fortuitous runs there. Jordan's hands went up, but he recognizes, I'm sure he does, that any sort of effect he's going to have at this stage, it really needs to be done with the ball at this age, because as it becomes older, it will become more difficult for him to pick up wickets. Shot.
Beautifully played. That's maybe the stroke of the morning. So extra cover. It's gone for 4.
don't know where this Craig Brathwaite came from. This is a delightful shot. And right out onto the front foot, a nice solid base, and look at the flow of the bat. Full face of the bat through extra cover, not the shorter shots that I associate with Craig Brathwaite, but what wonderful batting.
He really started with a lovely drive to it off the first ball he faced. Now we're going to have the first change of the morning with Marcus coming into the attack. Now this is a guy that is all over the place. I mean, I saw him in one. This is why it's so important to watch local cricket. Arms all over the place, and he bowled quickly for 2.5 overs. Make that 2 overs. He comes into the attack now. So let's see what he will produce. The game was at Wanderers. By the way, the UWA lost the game in 2.5 days. Here we go. Have a look at this, Hendy. Hey! Interesting guy. But he actually bowled 1 or 2 deliveries pretty sharp. He's all over the place with his run-up.
Well, he's already has problems, as that's a no ball first up there, first delivery. But he doesn't exactly attack the crease. He really puts it all in his last couple of strides. So it's a lot of shoulder going into it. It's got long arms. And let's see what he's able to extract from this surface.
Well, I think he just remarked his run. Oh, another lovely shot. Don't run for that. Don't spoil it. That goes to extra cover. That's going for 4.
Now the great start here for Marcus. Of course, worrying about the run-up, getting his feet in the right position, and then he presents a full-length delivery. And at this stage, McCaskey really trusting the bounce, driving through the line, hitting on the up. It wasn't a long half volley, but such is the nature of this surface, which we expect to be better today than it was yesterday. Ball coming onto the bat and hitting it on the up.
In fact, when I spoke to him at Wanderers, he said that his goal was to play for the West Indies.
Well, I've said that, you know, and I'm not really disrespecting the talent that we have or the quality of our cricket. I think that nobody really needs to know my opinion on that. But suffice it to say that anyone who's playing first-class cricket now, Andrew, has a realistic chance of playing for West Indies.
Yep.
You know, gone are the days that there were no opportunities there for you, whether you were good or not, because the players who were playing were even better or performing. But in this day and age, if you can put together a good season or 2, you've got a realistic chance of playing for West Indies, even if you're a no-name, as we say.
Yeah. And in fact, I remember when I was in St. Vincent, the president of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow, was on local radio. We did an interview with him. And he made the point that, look, the pool is too small, so everyone has got a chance to play for the West Indies. And on my show on Tuesday night, Jason Mohammed, who's done so very well, did in fact make the statement that he wants to play Test cricket for the West Indies.
Well, if he continues batting the way he is, I'm sure that he will be a topic of discussion by the talent ID scouts and the head honcho, the head coach.
Undisputed leader in Darren Sammy, the pride and joy of St. Lucia.
Well, we can see at least this guy is really hurrying McCaskey slightly, so I think you're right. There's a bit of pace about him. And if he gets this first over out of the way, get a little bit more comfortable and get his rhythm together, he may just ask a question or two, but you reckon it's only for 2 overs, is it?
Yeah, only for 2 overs. I saw him at Wanderers. In fact, the first ball he bowled, I think it was to Brathwaite. It was a bouncer. And gathered and said, ooh. But then it didn't last very long. But he can hurry a bit. That slingy kind of action. All the arms and legs. That's a loose shot. That's a get-out shot. That's the thing about McCaskey. He's such a talented cricketer, but then can play those kinds of naughty shots. Barbados have made a good start, 61 without loss. So Jeremiah, the captain, with number 7 in his bat, has decided to make a change in that Shamar Holder will now bowl from the northern or Juragana end. Interesting move.
A Holder will want to bowl as much as possible, and certainly from this distance, it appeared as if everything was not right with his rhythm. And I'm actually a little bit surprised that the 2 bowlers used first up this morning chose the ends that they did, because my recommendation would have been for Holder to come from this end where he's bowling now, and Jordan from the Malcolm Marshall end. So we'll see if he's able to make any adjustments with a more consistent length. The line has been good, but he was just a little bit over pitching, in my view.
Don't know if it's too early to make this assessment, but when you look at someone like a Shamar Holder 2-3 years ago, I know he's had the injury. Don't know if you are in a position to say, has he lost a bit of pace, you think? Or
this is like a return to bowling
fair enough.
process. And it's not unusual for the bowler to take a while to get back into his rhythm. And you talk about the psychological aspect of it as well, Andrew. When you come back from injury, you're sort of hoping all goes well. The particular area that you had the attention, you obviously want to ensure that you do nothing to cause any sort of relapse. And then the other parts of the body that tend to want to take over, and you realize, okay, I've had some work done on my shoulder, but my hamstrings feel tight, or I'm feeling something in my side. So it's a component that you have to look at all aspects of it before you really get back to where you were.
Interesting observation.
That's good running, and that's the beauty about this partnership, or these 2 in partnership. They seem to have a pretty good understanding between the wickets, and when they're running between the wickets, they have this way of not just alternating the strike, but they have a way of putting pressure on the fielding side, and that was a perfect example there.
Yeah, in fact, Holder did come back into the Barbados team last year, played a match or 2, and then started against the Harpy Eagles, and was just thereabouts. He was decent in terms of length and line, but the pace was lacking. And I rather suspect that he might just have, I may be premature, but from what I've seen so far, I watched the game when Barbados Pride played against the Harpy Eagles. He was just thereabouts in terms of pace, but from what I've seen here, it could very well be that he might just have lost a little bit of pace, which is understandable with injury. Of course, remember Corey Cullimore, who was so sharp when he got that injury, was never the same bowler. You remember Ian Bishop as well, Hendy. He was sharp. Remember when we first saw him playing for Trinidad and Tobago against Barbados. From the time he bowled, remember a spell against Floyd Reefer, we said this guy is going to go on to play for the West Indies, and after the injury was not the same.
Yeah, Bish's situation was even more complicated because it required, or he chose to change his action. So that's a whole mindset, whole change of mindset where you now have to get into a different approach. You have to understand the changes that you're making and still try to be effective.
But he was certainly very sharp, no question about it. So, Holder finishes the over. Looking a bit frustrated. And Barbados continuing to do well. 66 without loss. So Marcus, to continue, when you were director of sports up at UW before you lost your job, that was about 6-7 years ago, Roland?
Well, Andrew, let's put the record straight. I retired in 2019 when having reached the ripe old age of retirement, which is mandatory at university.
Yeah, okay.
You have no choice about it.
Okay.
So that's when I retired.
And you were 65 then, you know?
Well, actually,
Sure.
I was very lucky because normally at 65 you have to go, but
Right.
because my birthday came after the end of the academic year,
Okay.
I'm an October born.
Okay.
I was lucky to go on for another year.
Oh, wonderful. And that was a year of progress, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So your question.
Yeah, young Marcus, have you seen a lot of him?
Yeah, Calvin Marcus is a young talent. He's got some good pace. Obviously, what he lacks at this moment in time is experience, and you only get experience by playing on a regular basis. So, the more cricket that he plays, obviously, that'd be the better for him. He'll have some good times, he'll have some bad times, and if he can get through both of those, then he's got a future. But he's got some good pace.
Yeah, I was telling Hendy that I saw him at Wanderers, and with a new ball, he certainly bowled with a bit of pace. And he's actually hustled the batsman.
Yeah, because he's a little bit quicker than the others on shore, so batters probably get used to playing at a certain pace, and then suddenly somebody comes on, and when you play at that pace, suddenly the ball's on to you quicker. So until they can adjust, and yeah, I would like to see him actually attack the crease a bit harder. I mean, he really comes in at if you watch him, you see he's not, at no time is he accelerating. I would like to see him the slow build up gradually, and then the explosion before he gets to the crease. Well, as you can see, he's got some good attributes. He's quite a tall lad.
Looks fit too. That's important. No extra body weight. I'm big on that. I think we've got to be fit, slim and trim like Roland Butcher. He's gone. Marcus strikes. Loose shot by the captain, and he celebrates.
Yes, I think that little bit of extra zip, and Craig really didn't get into the best possible position to hit the ball. Bat sort of twisted in his hand, and he's lobbed it to mid-wicket. So good breakthrough. I was just going to comment on how well Barbados had been doing in terms of this partnership. Yeah, just really flicking that one, Craig Brathwaite. Not really in control and never really over the delivery. And if you look at his feet movement, really, his feet here, it's gone nowhere. Still on the crease. And simple catch taken there at mid-wicket. So Marcus gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, it's got the feeling to that Brathwaite was looking to force it. Nothing shot, you're right. Which is very surprising. So I'm against the Scorpions. He gifted his wicket when he got one from Blackwood and lost his off stump, looking to turn a ball into the onside. It's not the kind of shot that you associate with someone like Brathwaite. Anyhow, Drakes comes to the crease. Last time he played, he made 100.
Yeah, the man at the crease has got a pretty good average of over 40, so he would be hoping to improve on that.
Already you could see him just hurrying the batsman there. Good over from Marcus, and over in which he got the prize wicket of Craig Brathwaite. Barbados are now 66 for 1.
Yeah, Brathwaite goes for 38. 52 deliveries. He'd be disappointed to have missed out, Craig. He's obviously set his stall out to be there as long as possible, but just really that front foot didn't go anywhere at all. It just stayed on the front crease and just chipped it tamely to mid-wicket.
So in fact, we got a response from Jamal Smith, Senior Talent Manager, a post created recently. Hello to you, Jamal. Roland Butcher was in fact a West Indies selector before he lost his job. Let's hope that you can keep yours for quite a long time, my friend. Oh, that's gone through. Poor work at extra cover. Oh, simply can't stop it. A desperate attempt to stop the boundary, but it goes out towards extra cover. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, very poor effort there at extra cover. That should have been a regulation stop. Cost the bowler 4 runs. It was a full half volley. Nice shot by McCaskey, but really didn't deserve to. So the bowler will feel hard done by that effort at extra cover.
Yeah, that's the captain who made that attempt to stop it. Roland, you've played at the highest level. Want to pick your brain. Haven't seen the man on your screen there bowl so far, Shamar Holder. What do you make of him? How does he look so far, Shamar?
I think what I've seen so far, Andrew, he appears to be just really bowling within himself. I mean, I would like to see him let himself go. Yeah, he's not bowling a heavy ball at the moment. The ball seems to be coming out of the hand. It's a light delivery. I would like to see him really, let himself go, let the ball come out with pace. I think he's really struggling at the moment to decide, whether he's going to be a line in length bowler or whether he's going to be a fast bowler. At least caught in between.
Chance for a catch taken.
Yeah,
Loose shot again by McCaskey.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed with that, McCaskey. It was up there. It was wide. Just played a lot of arms. Got a thick outside edge. It's gone quick to first slip. But catch taken. McCaskey disappointed. But good breakthrough for Shamar Holder. Yeah, no footing. Again, the problem is the lack of foot movement. No foot movement at all, really. Just really waved the bat at a full delivery outside the off stump. There we go again. Watch his feet. No feet. No feet. No feet. That's the problem. And a nice catch taken by Paul. That slip.
I think McCaskey's really got to be looking at himself. I mean, he's really gifted his wicket on several occasions. He's too good a player to be getting out like that. McCaskey now puts his side under a bit of pressure. In fact, 10 minutes ago we were saying, look, 66 without loss. Barbados were looking to really do an extremely good job in terms of getting a big score.
Yeah, I think the important thing for CCC is now that they've got two new batters at the crease, they could easily nip one of these two out as well, and then that really puts Barbados in a very strange position, because from a comfortable 60-something for no wicket, suddenly you're 70 for 3. I think this is a good time for Shamar Holder now to be bowling at Kevin Wickham.
Yep.
He could easily nick him off outside the off stump early on, and that will put the team in a good position.
But he's off the mark immediately with a lovely drive through cover. There's been shorter runs, Kevin Wickham. And he actually was on my show on Tuesday night, making the point that he's been talking quite a lot to Shane Dorridge. Successful over for Holder. Barbados now in a spot above that 72 for 2.
Yeah, good comeback. Barbados moving nicely along. They'll be pleased that they can now get two new batters who've got to settle in, so there's a chance for them to build some pressure, and hopefully in building that pressure they can pick up a wicket or two. So the next hour or so will be quite interesting.
Yeah, and both dismissals, I think Craig Brathwaite, when he sees the replay, will be quite disappointed with the way he got out, looking to force it. No feet, as you said. And then McCaskey, not for the first time this year, giving his hand away. In fact, when he played against the Scorpions, he had a wild swipe and was caught at mid-off. But it's a good batting pitch. I mean, you really would want to bat for quite a long time. And the man, Jonathan Drakes, who's got 200s already, age 30, would really want to seize the opportunity here to get a big score on a placid Kensington Oval pitch. He's hurrying Drakes a bit there with the extra pace generated. Marcus. I think he's got a Grenadian connection, if my memory serves right.
Looks a bit like your man McCaskey.
Yeah.
McAllister.
McAllister, very much like McAllister. Yeah. All arms and legs. Look at that. But he's settled into good length and line here. He's got the big snapper in Captain Brathwaite.
Yeah, I think Craig and McCaskey would be very disappointed with the mode of dismissal. It was pretty basic in terms of no front foot movement at all. They just both played with the bat, and because they were in such a poor position is why they actually got an edge on chip take to mid wicket.
Good aggressive running by Barbados there. Ball going between that forward square and mid wicket.
Yeah, there was a slight hesitation which allowed the opportunity for the run out.
Yeah, Wickham looked a little, I think was a little bit surprised by the call. I think there was, I don't know, maybe always a single there, but he didn't go immediately. And I was going to have a word with Drakes, maybe saying to him, look, I'm sorry for that. I really should have not flirted with danger, but they got home in the end.
I think, it'd be good to have a short leg in it. Wickham hasn't faced the ball from Marcus yet. The square leg is saving single.
Oh, that was close. Edge found.
Yeah, didn't carry the first slip. We need to have a look to see where the second slip could have intervened, but it certainly didn't carry to first slip, and it's a no ball anywhere. So Wickham very uncertain here about this delivery. Again, same thing, no foot movement. No, second slip had no chance.
Yeah, well, I suppose he's under a lot of pressure. I mean, he made a good 100 last year, has failed so far. But he's an investment, he's a talent. And it can really play on your mind. Marcus has bowled well. So the over comes to an end, and over tremendous probe. Barbados 75 for 2.
Yeah, interesting period this coming up now with these two new batters. They've got to get started. A really good opportunity for CCC to strike. If they can pick up this third wicket now, certainly before they get to lunch, then they would have done a pretty good job. And if they pick up a third, then there's a chance of picking up a fourth as well. So it's a very important next hour.
Kevin Wickham averaging just around 40 before the start of the West Indies Championships. Would have dipped a bit. He's been dismissed leg before on a couple of occasions. That's something he's got to watch out for. Playing across the ball. But this is good stuff here. Pitch is a good one for batting. Sometimes you just got to just bowl length and line. And the runs have dried up in the last couple of overs. I think Brathwaite forced it, and then McCaskey. You spoken about McCaskey giving his hand away. And again today, and I would think it's something that he should be very concerned about, as well as the selectors. I mean, there was no movement of the feet at all. This, I think, is also an important game for Wickham. Many have been, as they would say in Jamaica, bigging him up. But he hasn't done a lot for the season. And now finds that Holder's got 3 sips in the gully. Oh, he's a lucky man. He's going to go for 4. Where did that come from?
Well, that's the sort of delivery that I want to see Holder produce more often. You can see he bent his back, really hammered that into the turf. It was not a line and length delivery, and surprised Wickham. And he was lucky that he was able to just get it. That's a good delivery. Lots of hostility. That's just what you want to see. And he had the luck to get it to go over the top of the slip.
Now what will he do here? Winning that psychological battle with the bouncer. Will he go for another one, or will he go for the one to the Yorker? You can see Wickham just going away down towards square leg, battle away in adversity, and not scoring runs, can play on your mind, getting that kind of a delivery. He may just begin to wander, but he's got to battle away. Cricket is not easy. Gets a single. Mid-off having to move to the left. Suppose he's happy just to get away from the strike for a bit. Wickham. So as we head to the first hour, it's been a good period for CCC. Getting the big fish in Craig Brathwaite, so important as far as Barbados is concerned. The most important cog in their wheel. So Holder striving for an extra wicket, but that was a bit too wide. Over comes to an end. Barbados 80 for a loss of 2.
Very encouraging signs from Holder in that last over. That one delivery, particularly to Wickham, could easily have claimed his wicket.
Very interesting story about Kevin Wickham. In fact, when he actually played at the elite level in Barbados, he was not supposed to play for the youth side. Went to Empire because another cricketer didn't turn up, and he actually got 100 at age 16. But there's no doubt about his talent. But of course, cricket is much more than talent.
Yes, as a batter, the currency is runs, and lots of them.
Yeah. You want to spend some time at the crease. Marcus has been good. Picking up the wicket of Brathwaite and has been economical as well. This is his fourth over. He's just conceded 8. Another wicket before the first hour will be very good for CCC.
Yeah, nice pressure being built here now. Drake's not able to get off strike. The longer they can keep him on strike, the better.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that it's all about occupation, the crease for Wickham, just trying to just through that little period, first half an hour, the crease.
I'm not sure. You've got a new batter at the crease. One's got 1, one's got 8. You're striving for a wicket, fast ball in a good spell. There's no point in saving the single, that square leg. That's at a defensive position. Bring him in at short leg.
Yeah, you're right. And particularly to what happened to him in the last over and a ball spattered him.
And that last ball there, I'm
did,
sure
yeah.
there was some bat involved.
And he wasn't comfortable at all. Good save by Poran coming across to his right. So the first hour. And what a session has been. Brathwaite and McCaskey back in the pavilion. I would think that having been 66 without loss at one stage, to have picked up 2 wickets, CCC will be happy to have gotten those wickets in the first hour. Time for drinks, 80 for 2. So the first hour, interesting. Lots of cricket coming up, of course, in 2025. Tour of Ireland, May 20th to June 15th. And of course, the Australians are coming. Big test match at Kensington Oval. There's one, of course, in Grenada, to Spice Isle, and in Jamaica. Good to see cricket back in Jamaica. And then some white ball cricket in St. Kitts and Nevis. Then the Pakistanis are coming as well. Florida gets some cricket, Trinidad and Tobago as well. That's from the 31st to the 12th. The women, we can't leave them out at all. Of course, that tour to England and a situation where the women are also coming to the Caribbean, South Africa.
Yes, welcome Philo, and CCC brought themselves back into the game after that opening partnership by Barbados, picking up those 2 wickets in quick succession.
Yes, good morning, Roland. It's a good bowling spell by Shamar Holder, back up by Kevin. I think that he bowled well. Shamar started from the south. I thought he was a little too free from the southern end, and he swapped to come from the northern end of Joe Garner, and he looked a lot better, hitting the ball in good areas, getting good pace, good carry, and he got the wicket, obviously, of Zach McCaskey. And the other fast bowler picked up the wicket of Craig Brathwaite because of the length that he bowled, and he hits the ball into the pitch, which is good to see.
Yeah, 2 good wickets to get. Obviously, Craig Brathwaite been knocking bat for a very long time. But one thing that was evident about both of the dismissals, which you could see, was the lack of foot movement by both of the batters.
Yeah.
The front foot stayed on the crease and they just played with the bat. In Craig's case, he wasn't hitting the ball in that area, but the bat ended up twisting because of his body position and just gave an easy catch.
Marcus as well was hitting the lengths rather hard, because when he looked at hit that ball, it twisted the bat in his hand.
Yeah, well, Marcus was obviously the quicker of the 2 bowlers, and he was hurrying the batter a little bit more.
Yeah. I know we're seeing Hakeem Jordan operating from the northern end. He's replaced Shamar Holder. I would like to see Jordan bowl from the southern end to help complement that outswing that he's looking for.
Yeah, what we've seen so far, Jordan, over the last 2 days, is that he just lacks rhythm at this moment. We know he's a wicket taker, but it just doesn't look right.
Even if
as he runs in, he just doesn't look right. He doesn't look confident. He doesn't look if he's expected to get someone out.
Yeah, even in his run-up, there's something missing in his run-up. There's a funny step before he actually gets to the crease. And all of this could be, hurting him, not really having the confidence to get the balls in the right areas. Because he's a better bowler than what we're seeing. He's more consistent in his line and his length and his pace. When I thought yesterday he was looking to bowl too many outswingers, too many in-swingers, rather than concentrating on bowling the one-stop delivery. That last delivery was an in-swinger, and Drake's just come and ease it. That is Wickham, isn't it? And just ease it into mid-wicket. But again, if we concentrate on getting the ball to leave the right-handed batter and get that consistently going, then I think he'll be in for some wickets.
Yeah, good start at least. He got a maiden on the board, so that will do his confidence a lot of good.
The one thing I like too, Roland, that I'm seeing from the CCC bowlers is the aggression. They're not afraid to hit the ball into the pitch. Yesterday, the Barbadian bowlers, the Barbados Pride bowlers bowled 4 short balls in total, and today we're seeing a lot more short balls from the CCC bowlers because they're putting in the effort into the surface.
But was that because they didn't or they couldn't? What do you think, Philo?
I think that all fast bowlers have a short ball, but to me, I believe that the Barbados Pride bowlers they're not bent on really putting in the effort in to get the ball to bounce. We're seeing this from the CCC bowlers. I like the effort of Marcus. I think Marcus is a good find, and obviously as time progresses, he will get better with more experience, more work, and more cricket as well. I think the more cricket these young men play, I think the better they'll become.
Yeah, most definitely. I think what Jeremiah's got to be careful of is that he doesn't burn him out by giving him too long a spell. He's going to need him later on in the day.
Yeah, and that comes down to man management and workload from the captain. How much experience does Jeremiah have as a leader?
Yeah, well, obviously he's very young into the job himself, so he's going to learn on the job. I think an area that he could certainly improve on when these two new batters are at the crease is to have a short leg in there, and I'm sure that last over, one actually was a bit of bat pad that just lobbed up.
Yes.
On the leg side, and there's no one there.
Shot.
Yes, that's nicely put away, and should get to the boundary just in time with it. Yeah, very nice timing.
Yeah, very good timing there from Wickham, and this is going to be an important innings for him. He hasn't catch the Caribbean on fire. There's so much hype and talk about his ability. He's been to India as well as part of a West Indies junior batting camp in Chennai, and he's not have the scores that he's expected of him, but he's looking to get a score today. The surface here rolling is good, and I believe that if he can really settle down and get his rhythm going, can see something special from Kevin Wickham. But it's all up to him. To ask you a question. I'm playing on a surface like this where there's not a lot of grass. The ball is looking to bowl back off a limb, hard short limbs. You saw Jonathan Drake's trying to force that ball, but there's no pace on it. How do you as a batter then adjust your stroke player?
I think some of those shots Jonathan Drake's played were more of a horizontal bat, so he's looking to hit it square. Nicely ball. Good Yorker. I think, if Jonathan Drake gets further across to the off stump, he's then able to play it more with a straighter bat off the back foot towards extra cover. At the moment he's still staying a bit leg side and trying to play it square. And because of the lack of pace when it bounces short, it's looping at the moment, it's not rushing on. If it's rushing on, and it slides off backwards square. But he needs to get across to the off stump a bit more. Nice delivery to finish the over.
Yeah, two good Yorkers from Marcus, a forgotten ball. At the end of that over, the Barbados Pride in pursuit of 263. They're 83 for 2. Jonathan Drakes is on 1 from 17 deliveries. Kevin Wickham is not on 11 from 16. So still a fair distance to travel. Barbados, obviously the loss of Craig Braffett and McCaskey in quick succession would have pushed the batting back a bit.
Yeah, they've got a lot of batting to do. There's no question about that. It's an important partnership. It's an important phase of the game because they will be aware that they've got to bat till lunch and hopefully no further loss.
What are your thoughts on the field placing? I know you said that for the captain Jeremiah, you would have brought in a bat pad, a silly mid-on for the new batters with the faster bowlers. But for Akeem Jordan, who's looking to swing the ball away predominantly, what do you think about this field setting?
I think once Jordan can maintain an offside line, then it's not a bad field because you've got the protection of the three fielders in front of the bat. That's nicely bowled again. So if he's got a cover point, he's got the extra cover mid off. So if he can keep bowling the offside, he can't afford to bowl too straight, because then, you know, he'll get worked into the onside and Wickham will get off straight quite easily. But if he keeps that offside line and just, you know, just short of a length to start, you know, and occasionally off one up, so that, you know, Wickham is tempted to go for the drive.
And the edge is taken. But it's good, it's consistent bowling thus far. In the right area, forcing Wickham to defend. Though Wickham defending, but not in the approved manner. There's still a slight openness to his body.
Yeah, it's just right now you can see it's just survival. He's not defending to look for the single. It's just to stop it. That's the mode that Wickham's in right now.
And that is because of lack of runs.
Definitely.
It's lovely flowing drive up to mid off, but no run. But this is going to be a very challenging period for Wickham. With lunch is 45 minutes away.
Yeah.
But he has to try to bat the lunch.
Yeah, and that's good bowling there by Jordan, really, because 2 or 3 balls before that, he's just on or about the off stump, back of a length, then he offers one up for him to drive. Interesting to see who replaces Marcus when he's finished his spell. Yeah, good pressure.
Very good pressure indeed. That's what you want to see from the fast medium bowlers. Just a good grouping, stopping the batters from scoring, even getting the single, which is so important sometimes when you're in a partnership. So the more dot balls you bowl, the more pressure you build. Mind you, it's a 4-day game, but batters still have the inclination to score. You just don't want to bat for survival. If runs on the board by the CCC, obviously the Barbados Pride batters know that is a target in which to get for first innings. Nice weighted on drive, and then look to hit it too hard. Just allow the ball to come and then close the bat face, I think, purposely.
Yeah, just ball came in on the angle. Didn't try to hit it hard, so it was nicely timed. So a good contest taking place at the moment.
At the end of that, Jordan's over. The Barbados Pride, they're 85 for 2. Marcus to continue from the southern end, continues to hit that hard short of a length. Jonathan Drakes, the informed batter for the Barbados Pride, having some difficulty in getting Marcus away. That ball in swing and hitting his tight pad rather hard.
Yeah, good effort by Marcus. He's put in. He's really charging in and just trying to make something happen.
Strongly built fast bowler Marcus. Calvin Marcus. Oh, taking a tick inside edge and going down to long leg, and finally Jonathan Drakes can get his second run.
Yes, come on, skipper, be brave. Put a short leg in.
But you know, we call for a short leg, Roland, but when we played, they were short leg specialists.
True. But these days, there's no need to be a specialist because the intention is never to put anyone there.
No. Bowlers don't bowl a lot of short deliveries in this modern era of the game. That's another badly lined delivery in swinger, just starting a little too straight, allowing Wickham a free free shot down the leg side to pick up another single. And these singles are going to be important, particularly for these two batters. Well, Kevin Wickham in particular, who's down on form and down on runs, but it also brings momentum and get the rhythm going.
Absolutely. What you don't want to do as a batter, particularly when you're struggling, is you don't really want to be stuck. At the bowler's end all the time. You want to be able to rotate the strike, get up the other end, breathe properly, have a look. You don't want to be facing the bowling all the time.
From the 4 deliveries so far from Marcus, most of them have been coming into the right-hander, but yet he has a offside strong bias field. Two slips of gully, backward point, extra cover mid-off, catching mid-on where Craig Braffett was caught, forward square, a long leg.
Drix initially thinking of a thumping drive, then realizing it wasn't there.
Well, the length was good. It's not foolish. So the batter just made the adjustment in his stroke play, just pushed it out to mid-off. But I like the look of Marcus. Strong, well built, got a very strong action, a good approach as well to the crease.
A nice delivery to finish with.
At the end of that over, Barbados spread at 87 for 2. And I'll tell you this, Roland, I watched the academy team play here, and this CCC unit looks more energized than the academy.
Yeah, they look certainly more coordinated than that academy team. You're absolutely right. But I think when you look around this team, the likes of Powell, Shamar Holder, they've been around big cricket. Jeremiah's been around for a little while now, and he's looked a good player. So there is some experience amongst the camp. That should help the team look certainly different. To say the academy team, which they're all young guys together, trying to find their way in the game. There's some experience in the side. Jordan
as well, who's obviously had experience of playing at Kent in the county championship.
Jordan has been on West Indies tours, so there's some experience on the field.
And experience always brings value.
Oh, absolutely. A whole group of youngsters, when hard times come, they've never been through it before, so they don't know what to do. The experienced guys would have been through it, who can just say, listen, these things happen, we can just ride it out. Where the youngster would panic if left alone.
Yeah.
Nice the ball.
That's a beautiful delivery from Jordan. That is what we're accustomed to seeing from Jordan. Just that nagging outside off stump line, the ball, a nice outswinger that's purling away. Keeper catch it low down, but at least it carried to the keeper. He looks better, Jordan, as well, in this second spell.
I mean this spell, the last few overs, he's seemed to have a little bit more rhythm, and I think what we must do is to allow these bowlers the latitude of, they haven't played for a few weeks.
Yes.
You can bowl as much as you like in the nets. That is fine. But in a game, when batters are going to come at you, etc., that's a different ball game. And when you haven't played for a while, you can lose that rhythm. And Jordan is the sort of bowler that he relies on rhythm.
Yes.
I think this type of bowler needs to bowl a lot. He cannot be left idle.
Yes.
Some bowlers, short spells, fine.
Yeah.
You look at Mark Wood, you can see he's the sort of guy you give 4 or 5 overs.
Yes.
That should be 4. But Jordan's the sort of bowler that you can see that, you know, even in the build-up, he's got to bowl plenty overs to get that rhythm of delivering. And I think that break of a couple of weeks
Would
would
have
have affected
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, you can see it. His rhythm wasn't there in the first
You
couple
know.
of games. He's looking better. There's a good shot there from Drake. So a ball that was coming into him, and he presented a nice full back face, beating the fielder to his left at mid-on, who actually did not chase, which is very surprising.
He just
Shamar Holder
he just gave up the ghost
Yeah.
straight away.
jogged from mid-off and picked it up mid-on boundary. But this is good, steady stuff here from Akeem Jordan. Just on about the off-stump line, asking Jonathan Drakes about his technique. We know his temperament already, but asking questions on that technique, which is so very important, particularly in this modern-day game.
Yeah, I mean, Drix was the sort of player that would like to get on with it, but he's not been allowed to. He's faced 28 deliveries for his 6, so and that there was a boundary in that as well. So, you know, he's been under the cosh a bit, which means that they've been bowling well to him.
And we must remember too, Roland, the end of a very good over there from Akeem Jordan. At the end of that over, Barbados sprayed 92 for 2, and they have 7 Barbadians in the CCC squad, and they're playing against Barbados Pride, so they will know each other inside out.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, they're obviously some would be in the same club, some would obviously the others would be playing against each other for other clubs. So, you know, there's nothing new. They would know each other's game particularly, you know, very well. And obviously the local rivalry would be there. And I think Marcus has now finished his spell, so you're going to get your wish for some spin before lunch.
Yeah, but how good is that for competition where players know each other, they play for the same club, but they're on different sides of the
It is
coin.
fantastic. I mean, just imagine how Evelyn feels. You know, he would have played against Craig Braffett and, you know, and all these guys week in, week out on a Saturday. And now, you know, here he is, you know, probably in his first game here at Kensington Oval, against his friends and colleagues, and he gets 100. So he would be highly delighted.
And he got it at home as well. Actually, Keith was reading the stats yesterday to me, and they weren't impressive. His highest score he did was about 30 odd. Played 9 games and got 100, just over 140 runs. And to come and bang 100 here at Kensington Oval in a first-class game against a quality Barbados bowling attack is quite good.
Absolutely, there's a lot of wickets.
It's going to be the spin of Mario Graves. First ball to Kevin Wickham, and he sweeps it quite nicely down behind square for a boundary.
Yeah, mislined delivery and got the treatment. But yeah, I mean, it's, you know, great for him to. He hasn't played much cricket, but, you know, when you look at the Barbados attack, there's a lot of first-class wickets there, and test wickets too. I mean, when you think of Roach, you think of Holder, you think of Chase, you know, you think of Warwican. There's lots of wickets there.
Wickham opted to go on the back foot. Mario Gray's not a tall man. One would expect not a lot of bounce from him. Low trajectory of delivery. He's bowling to slip, backward point, extra cover mid-off, a long on the boundary of mid-wicket, and I take a deep backward square along the short leg. And this is going to be also another challenge for Wickham. He's been to India with a group of 8 others in order to help him to learn the quality batting of playing spin. And now he's up against the slow bowling. It's going to be interesting to see how he approaches this innings. That's a lovely shot. Full length, given width, and just bang it through the cover region for another boundary.
Yeah, just too full and put away by Drix. Yep, that's a nice shot.
That's a very good shot there from Kevin Wickham. Just a full length delivery, and just getting this left foot to the pitch of the ball and just stroking it sweetly across this lush green outfield and down to the boundary. He's pushed on to 23. Barbados 100 has come up for 2. And if you think once was good, the second time is sweeter.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. Just too full. And sweetly put away.
Well, this is good showing for Kevin Wickham. Just getting his left foot right out to the pitch of the ball. And as they say, in the approved fashion, the figure 9 comes into shape there.
Yeah, I mean, as we said before, the fall of those 2 wickets was because of lack of foot movement. On this occasion, it was perfect foot movement by Wickham. It was over pitch, but at least his feet were moving nicely. And
well, if those 2 shots, it prompted a field change. Yeah. They're putting the man on a sweeper in the offside. So there's loads of real estate on the offside now, behind backward point and cover.
Not the best start by Graves.
At the end of that over, Barbados is 100 and Barbados spread 104 for 2. Wickham has gone up to 27 from 30 balls. And Jonathan Drake's the informed batter is there with him. So a good partnership starting to build. It's going to be important that these 2 batters try to get up to lunch to solidify the Barbados prime batting position. As I say good morning to Henry Wallace. We're almost wearing the same colors.
Well, you know, I always try to emulate your batting style, but I was there first, so I guess you emulated mine. But yeah, a good morning cricket. I think credit to CCC for getting back into the game. And to be fair, the efforts of these 3 seamers this morning has been wholehearted. Not a great deal of support or assistance in the surface, but I think with what they had to work with, I thought Shamar Holder's spell from the Joel Garner end was very inspiring, and he deserved the wicket he got. It was a loose shot from McCaskey with really no feet, a flashing drive, but he deserved some reward.
It's Jordan to continue from the northern end. Lovely flowing drive from Jonathan Drakes, but the fielder is in the way and no run. Jordan continues, Andy, to be a tad too full. He's presenting that 4 ball ever so often to the batters, but in between that, there's some decent deliveries.
To be fair to him, he does get some work on the ball, so he's always asking questions from that perspective. And maybe he feels that his best chance is to bowl that fullish length to invite the drive, get the batter coming onto the front foot, because of his lack of pace, maybe on a good length, gives him a little bit more time to adjust.
And Roland was speaking just a few minutes ago about that shot with the lack of pace in the surface. Instead, you present a full back face to hit the ball through extra cover, which Jonathan Drakes has just shown. And there's a good start by the fielder, but he got a single.
And I'm not sure what y'all might have said before I got here, but you know, for me, Philo, these 2 batters at the crease are the future of Barbados' batting, and I hope that they go on to bigger things, because from a skill set and a technique, these 2 guys are right up there.
Yeah, I have a lot of time for Jonathan Drakes. I think that he's special. He's 30 years old, but let's look at the age. I think look at what he's doing. He's scoring runs, and he scores runs in difficult situations and in different conditions. And he seems to have a well-organized game. You know, Kevin Wickham is the talk of the town. He has not really set the competition alight. He's looking for a score. And today could be the day that he really gets into a good batter rhythm, and we can see the best of Kevin Wickham, and hopefully that can catapult him even further.
Shot is so easy on the eyes, and you know, in Barbados we will talk about blighting a player. You know, one of the things I said to a friend of mine, you know, he's the sort of batter that I would leave home to come and watch. And I watched him at club level. I saw how he played in the 50-over tournament last year and how he played this year. And his balance, he just seems to have so much time. That's the first thing that caught my eye. And even although he was playing on the move, he was still so balanced that his head did not fall over a lot of batters would have been hitting that ball a lot square into the mid-wicket, forward square area. He hit it just to the right of mid-on. So that would suggest that his balance was really good.
The way in which he plays his shots, I agree with you, Head. It's so easy. It's a short ball, he just swivel. I help it down to long leg. No pressure at all. He looks comfortable at the crease.
There was a tall Jamaican batter. I don't know if you had the pleasure, if you were even around to watch him bat. A guy called Everton Mattis.
I heard about him.
Kevin Wickham, for me, that sort of style, he was tall like that, very slim. That languid way of playing. In modern times, we talk about Carl Hooper. There was also Lawrence Rowe, but that's the sort of eye-catching stroke play we see from Wickham.
I'll tell you another Jamaican who I thought was a good player was Delroy Morgan. He never played for West Indies, but he could play. He was silky smooth.
Yeah, I think his the problem he had was when the word got out that he should be looking for a West Indies player, Malcolm Marshall. Heard that was this guy from Jamaica. And I think that's sort of was a slight obstacle in him going on to bigger and better things.
Barbados spread did move on to 111 for 2. That Nelson. Wickham has moved smoothly along to 32 from 33 balls. So he's scoring almost a run a ball. And Jonathan Drace is still there on 8 from 30 balls, taking his time, showing good support, which is important when you're having a partnership after a good opening stand. You need to rebuild.
And the thing is, when Drake's was 1 run off 17 deliveries, it was a bit of a surprise to me because it seemed like if there was a flurry of shots, and I looked up at the board and there he was only 1. But I guess it was really Wickham. And we keep talking about the partnerships. As you said, the Wickham strike rate is up to 97, whereas Drake's is at 28.5.
I hope that is not frustration that's coming into Drake's play.
Well, it shouldn't, because I can understand that happening. Not that it's an excuse if both batters are struggling, but if your partner is scoring so freely, then it takes all the pressure off you. A little bit of indecision there, and for me that is occurring a little bit too often for the comfort of the dressing room. That's the third occasion that there has been some indecision. Yeah. And it would have been a tight second run, but I don't think there was the commitment or the conviction in the first run.
No, Drake's was jogging to the non-strikers and contented to get a single. Wickham obviously sprinting hard down to the strikers and looking for the second. Drake's clearly not interested, but all dangers avoided. Wickham is back to face up to the off spinner, the Graves.
I'm seeing so much of this now, Philo, with the slow bowlers operating in white ball mode, trying to bowl that tight line.
Now we saw it a lot yesterday from Roston Chase. Now that is better.
Much better, much better. And as I mentioned this morning, it was pleasing to see that Roston Chase's wickets all challenged the outside edge.
Yes.
So he got the stumping, he got one caught at slip, and he got one bowled.
Yes. So he readjusted quite quickly yesterday. Now we're seeing Graves, obviously some inconsistency in his line and length. That ball was just a tad short and allowed Wickham to punch it down to mid-on. But the previous delivery is what you want the off-break bowler to be saying to the batter, come forward and I'm going to threaten the outside edge. Because if the ball spins in, you can back pad. If it spins away, it'll take your edge and go to slip. At the end of that over, the Barbados spread 113 for 2. Wickham has moved up quite nicely to 33. Jonathan Drakes is starting to get some momentum. He's on 9.
So as we approached the luncheon interval, as is customary, another slow bowler coming into the attack.
Damien Joachim, left arm spinner. And it's really amazing, Hendy. The left arm spinner is operating from the northern end. Makes you think go from the southern end to assist, but the off spinner is bowling from the southern end. And the ball is played quite nicely down behind square. Should get two. There should be no hiccups here with that second run.
And just for the benefit of viewers, that's one of the reasons why Philo is perplexed that the left arm spinner will come from the northern end, because that delivery just slid all the way in and continued down the leg side. So it's a real freebie for any top order batter.
But you know they would say that we're old timers.
Which we are, but we have a fair idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, we said that's what we say makes sense.
And again, on this occasion, not going quite as fine, so just it's going to cost one run. But again, just to expand on your point there, Philo, if he's coming from the other end, then he's got the opportunity to spear the ball in and then spin away.
Yes.
But here, he's not a big spinner of the ball. It looks a little more like he spears the ball in. So maybe the thought process is to help his arm ball. So, but if that is the case, then he can't start on the line of the stumps. He has to start maybe 6 inches to a foot outside the off stump.
Yeah, then it makes it, to me, I think it puts burdens on the bowlers when you have them at opposite ends. Because if the off spinner is coming from the northern end, he has the support of the wind to help drift the ball. And that ball obviously is straight in.
Yeah, he got that one to go past the edge. So a moral victory, you could say, for Joachim.
And the length was perfect as well.
Well, that's always the indicator. If you can draw the batter onto the front foot in defense, that suggests that the length is just about perfect.
A little fuller, wider, fighting the drive and accepted by Drakes with no run.
I wonder what inspired that number on his back.
It's another good delivery, just pitching and taking and bouncing as well. Well taken by the keeper. Keeper and I were discussing it. He has the biggest number on the back of his shirt. 117. There must be something special about that number.
Well, the only thing it will say is that your bat needs to be broad enough to get the 3 numbers on. Anyway, but end of a good over. I think he finished the over very well. There's enough there for the batters to think about. 116 for 2. Graves will continue. He didn't have a very good first over. And maybe just trying to redeem himself in the second over where he was a bit flat, a little bit faster.
Yeah, he's a short man. He's not really a tall off spinner. Doesn't bowl to the height of his action. He stays very low, whippy arm action. And became his opportunity obviously to play him off the pitch. I haven't seen a lot from the off spinner as yet to cause any concern.
I think that's the line that he should be looking to bowl. But with that defensive field on the sweeper on the cover boundary, then it really presents an easy opportunity for them to pick up a single. If that fielder was up saving the single, then that would have been another dot ball, but we did see some turn and bounce on that occasion.
It's better. Starting to get the understanding, Graves, of what is required of him at this level in relation to bowling off breaks. Just get the line just outside that off stump. Out.
Don't think he got a hand on it, but it will still go down as a possible chance. And when you're defending a relatively small target, you really need those half chances to go to hand. But it was a healthy edge, and by that meaning that it really sped off the edges. You told me the bats don't have edges anymore. They've got three faces. But that one was almost past the slip fielder, as you can see in this picture here.
Yes, he went back looking to hit the ball in that vacant area behind point. The ball taking the outside face of the bat. Powell trying hard to dive to his right, but the ball went down to the boundary. So luck fortune favors the brave there for Jonathan Drakes. But a good over from the off spinner, Graves, starting to show some threats. And at the end of that over, the Barbados spread 121 for 2.
So I think Joachim in his first over has created enough of concern where he was getting some turn and bounce. Although Graves is meant to be the frontline spinner, from what we saw from Joachim in his first over, he is prepared to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, last over obviously there was some doubt created by Joachim. Now you can see a bit more purpose in his bowling, which is always the case. We saw it even yesterday with Ralston Chase. He was getting some tap, but then he started to pick up the wickets, and you saw the energy levels going up. He started to bounce at the top of his mark, and he wanted the ball. Ball, and he's getting the support. The arm ball coming in quite nicely off a good line, good length, but equally well played by young Kevin Wickham. With that favourite shot, and the sweep.
And very well played in the approved manner. The conventional sweep. I'm glad that Andrew's not in our vicinity. Well, he's a little bit more acceptable to the conventional sweep. Yeah. But very well played there by Wickham. Again, with the angle, the breeze is going to, once he starts on that middle leg stump, the angle is going to take it all the way down. It's way outside leg stump as well. So really, as a batter, you just really want to get something on it.
I know this outfield is going to go to the boundary. But the sweet shot was never hard when we played. Good steady over there from Joachim. At the end of that over, the Barbados Pride moved up to 125 for 2. Wickham is on 41, looking to get up to his first half century, which will give him miles of a lot of confidence. He's been down on confidence, and he hasn't been scoring the volume of runs that is expected of him. And this is the 4th round, so this innings, if he can come good, will give him a lot of confidence and release some of that pressure.
I think that's where the coach and the management team plays a role. And the reason I said that is because although he has not really tapped, as we call it, in the tournament so far, he's had a couple of decisions that have gone against him. And I think whenever you're doing, and that's what we say, you can't always be consumed with stats. When you're looking at assessment, those are things that you take in consideration.
Yeah. Well played by Drakes. And well run, also good intent. Push fast for the first. Look, have the opportunity to have a look. Came back quite easy for the second, and they got the thumb of approval.
Yeah, aggressive running between the wickets. And that's my only concern with this partnership, and I think the CCC should pay attention to it. I'm not so sure that they're clear with the communication with the running between the wickets with these two.
And they're both Barbadians.
Yeah, communication, but not a language barrier. But let's put it this way, Phil. I mean, from a batting perspective, and this, let's say for the neutrals, if these two guys are at the crease for 2 hours, you could expect some entertaining stroke play.
Yes, I agree with you. They're very, very classical and exciting batters.
And it's interesting with the comparison, as you said, Drake's is 15 off 42 deliveries. Wickham, who hasn't really got a score yet, is free flowing at 41 off 48. Drake's has been the form batter. You know, he's got a century and I think an 80 as well. Yeah.
Yes, 200s and the 80. And they're going to stuff. Has the tables turned?
As I said, if you talk to the squad, they will say, well, Wickham has not really been out of form. It's just that he hasn't got a score. So I don't think there's that sort of pressure on him. I don't think. 127 for 2.
And the thing is, they said that he's been hitting the balls quite nicely in the nets. So that will give him some confidence as well.
Well run. Great communication on that occasion. Was tight. And it's always, when the ball goes square of the wicket, there's always that element of indecision, basically because both batters have a fair sighting of the ball.
Yeah.
And it's like anything else. When there's democracy, it's confusion.
So you're a Karl Marx fan then?
Well, let's put it this way: as you would know in the leagues, when you're playing and you are the player,
Yeah.
it was always your responsibility to do it. You do all the calling.
Yes.
All the calling.
All. And if there's a fast ball on the opposite side, you're facing all the time. Well, I like the approach of these two batters, Wickham and Drakes. They complemented each other well. They could play some nice flowing shots. Again, good communication, saying no. Looking for the single, but obviously not there. And the calling was clear and distinct.
It's always difficult to tell from the distance of the commentary box, but I wonder if the same calling still exists. Yes, no, and wait.
Well, it's modern day cricket. So many things have changed. They have numbers on their backs. They have the names on their backs. The hairstyles are a little different. Even the shoes now. And they play white ball cricket in red socks and black socks.
Well bowled. Just 2 runs off the over. 129 for 2. So 129 for 2, and Graves to continue from the Malcolm Marshall end. I just wanted to give you a joke. Well, I don't know if it's a joke, but I label it as a joke. It wasn't funny at the time. Playing here, as you know, my club cricket was played here at Pickwick before the redevelopment, and we were batting, and what I thought was a possible 2. So I was running to the striker's end, and I thought I heard no. So I just settled at the striker's end, only to realize that my batting partner was right down on me looking for 2. So I looked around. Of course, it affected the run out. He got run out because I was in. So I apologized after him, but I said, I thought you said no. He said no. I said go.
And he was Barbadian. Who was that batting partner.
Well, none other than Haley Matthews' dad, Mike Matthews.
Oh dear. And I don't think Mike would have taken that run out lightly.
Well, I was always bigger than him, so you got to take it.
So sometimes size does matter.
Well, bowled there by Graves, a little bit of bounce, and you saw how the batter just pulled the head back a bit in suspicion, and the short leg would have recognized that. So the minute he saw the head snapping back, he would have been lunging forward. So that one going down to the short fine leg position, but encouragement there for Graves. And just keeping an eye on that fielder under the helmet. I'm just looking at his balance as well when he goes down. You want to get in a position where you can either come forward, go left, or go right. If he goes too deep down there, then it sort of restricts his initial movement.
Yes, he stands like a keeper. His hands are down in between his legs rather than out in front. But a good over from Graves, steady, asking some questions of the two batters. At the end of that over, the Barbados spread, they are 131 for 2. Wickham is inching closer to another half century, is 43. And Drake's gaining confidence is on 17. I know Henry, you spoke about the man feeling that silly mid-on, but when we played, there was always a specialist.
Yeah.
I'm not certain if Evelyn is a specialist in that position.
Well, I think in the modern era, if we look at first class and then up to international level, it seemed to be the rookie. Whoever came into the team was placed in that position. And then by process of elimination, it would change around. So I think there were some people who, I remember there was one instance, and everybody to remain nameless here, where there was a promising cricketer for Barbados, and one of our legends, one of our icons was the captain at the time. And someone said, "We know this guy is a very good player, but the only thing is that he falls asleep on the field." And the icon said, "We put him at short leg."
Oh dear. Well bowled. Very well bowled. Good pace, good line, good length. Of course, indecision in Drake's defense.
And what I like, they just made a slight change. That fielder just on the left of your screen, they put a short mid-off in place because he'd been driving fluently down to long off. So what he's done now is try to block that particular arc, still present the full length delivery, and saying to Drakes, well, if you want to continue driving, let's see if you can pierce that non-existent gap.
It's called the mind game. And we're a few minutes away from lunch as well.
That's where my mind is at, the lunch.
I hope it's a warm lunch today.
Well, no, it's good to see the students, the campuses and colleges, they're thinking 132 for 2. Well, this will probably be the last over before lunch. I'd like to see maybe the college and campuses trying something by bringing in those fielders off the boundary. Bit of turn there again for Graves. And I'm just wondering, instead of the sweepers, especially the one at cover and the one at long on, maybe to bring them in. I'd be surprised if the batters would be looking to go over the top at this stage.
Agree. Very well run indeed. A good 2 Ball weighted, very well weighted by Wickham, just getting the pass. Powell that slip. Powell just jogging. And Wickham quick off the blocks and get those 2 runs. Important.
Yeah, that was well judged. And I don't know if Powell is okay, but he certainly didn't hear after that delivery. So it's a good assessment by the 2 batters to come back for the second run.
Was punch out to the sweep in the offside. An easy single by Wickham. He looks good. A man who's short of runs, but he's showing good skills here, good composure, getting into some good positions to play, to execute some good shots.
Trusting the bounce on that occasion, because that length was one that he could come forward to, but the bounce has been so consistent, so even, that it was no real difficulty playing that fullish length off the back foot.
Well, the captain has heard your call, Andy, because he's brought in the sweeper from the boundary into a run-saving position, which is a good move.
Yeah, I won't take a lot of credit for that, because that's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. So it's good to see that they did it.
But the student is listening to the master. And that will be lunch of the second day of this 4th round competition for the match between the Barbados Pride and the combined campuses and colleges. And at lunch, Barbados Pride finished on 135 for 2. Kevin Wickham is on 47. With him is Jonathan Drakes, the informed batter. He's on 17, and a partnership of some 65 runs.
Yeah, Philo, it's been a pretty good session for the Barbados side, having lost the openers. These 2 have dropped anchor quite well. Wickham has been good, shorter runs, but we know his ability, one that many people feel can go on to play for the West Indies. And Jonathan Drakes, he's made a tremendous statement with 280 in the first match against the RP Eagles. And Barbados won 35 for 2. The former West Indies opener is with me. Philo, your assessment of the first session of the second day.
It's a good first session for the combined campuses and colleges. Barbados obviously losing those 2 wickets would have been pushed back, but the colleges and campuses to me control the session. They don't allow the Barbados Pride batters to go helter-skelter. They lost, obviously the Barbados Pride lost Captain Craig Braffett quite early and followed quickly by McCaskey. We've seen a bit of a recovery here with Drakes and Wickham, but to me, the combined campuses and college still had control of the game. They didn't allow them to run away with the partnership. So it's a good session for them. It will give them confidence as well.
All right, let's look at the start with Barbados 29 without loss. They lost their captain to a bit of an ordinary shot. And McCaskey, how did he get out? Talk to him about that, Philo.
Craig Braffett got out to a ball that was a hard length, and he didn't get his left foot out to the ball and hit the inside edge, and it was out caught at short mid-on. Yeah, he punched this ball quite nicely down the ground again, presenting a full bat face. Lovely extra cover drive, beautiful. The figure 9 comes in to form there. McCaskey again, he doesn't play like a full bat face, he plays like a half slap extra cover drive. Craig Braffett looking to hit that ball through the offside, but the ball hitting the inner portion of the bat and taking a very good catch above his head. But that's a beautiful shot again from McCaskey, full bat face. And this ball wide of off stump, his left foot nowhere near the ball, taking the outside edge and out caught that slip. A good short ball, luckily for Wickham. The ball hit his glove and went over for a slip. Lovely sweep, good control sweep by Kevin Wickham. Again, very pleasing on the eye. And a beautiful extra cover drive again, staying low in the shot, value for runs. Wonderfully played again, good execution, getting his hands out to the ball. Good wrist, good timing, elegance again from Kevin Wickham. Jonathan Drakes lucky, going hard at a short ball and down to the boundary for 4. Another control sweep, very well played by Kevin Wickham. So you can see that the batters obviously have had the opportunity to score when they did. They scored with authority, but there were a lot of good deliveries in between those run-scoring shots.
Yeah, so good session for Barbados, as you said. 262 to the CCC in response. Barbados, so 135 for 2. Drake's 17 and Wickham shorter runs, 47. We really want to cash in and go on to make 100. On the other hand, of course, CCC hoping that when the action resumes in about 40 minutes' time, they'll be able to get among the wickets. Barbados trail by 127. Don't go anywhere because we're going to continue this train. What we're going to do now, you can sit back, relax, and listen to an interview. Watch, of course, as well, Kemar Roach, the mentor.
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me, I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do, and be prepared to put some hard yards in before, so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements, and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit, was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler, when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. It's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball. And then I think I became a better bowler after that. In terms of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever. But getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart. But I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken. Make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV. Obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CCC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing so long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the 3 West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, Legend, what do you think about this, and what we think? And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game, this didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us. And it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice, and I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on. I just want to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff. And it was always with the band that back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's down. Rogers hung with the wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me, because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I play the supporting role. On my day, he plays the supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Laws as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back. And he said, so what to do? I said, just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And you know, that to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Kick on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I have with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys, start with you, Court.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. It's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. They have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what, I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it... Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
7
times.
Shakib
is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think I know this morning.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Graham Yallop from Australia.
1984.
Caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who's your second Test wicket?
I I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about it order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me. I think
It was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
I got you, man. Will you still play? You can
He
back
has 16. And he's right up and
right up
so
there.
he has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5-prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well been overboard because they were back-to-back test matches. So all 4. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody his drops nicely. And that's what you want to see, because everybody's not going to have a good day. 4 came together, not even. Because when Justin came in, he did his. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way they went about it with their adjustment, I was happy.
And the 4 of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all 4 of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill, and then Shamar. And then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very. We communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well. We know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day. It's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, you have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Last thing I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back on there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back.
Probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer. And Kemar said something that I would just agree with, and pace helps. When I hand, you know that I stopped at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kemar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kemar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler, and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a love the game, enjoy the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
And how much does Kemar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in me. I can't say.
I can't finish, he's got a lot more left.
And that's the wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I would have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
the definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
22-year-old Matthew Ford from right here in Barbados, Spicetown to be exact. Matthew, it's been a crazy journey for you. I remember actually being here a year ago when you made your one international debut against the same England team. That journey, all that's happened to this point, one word to describe it, what would you say?
Amazing.
And he strikes again.
Good delivery, good delivery.
Tell me about your debut as well. Think back to your emotion, the feeling you had. Talk us through that day.
I think for me it was hunger and passion on that day. You know, obviously there were 2 matches in Antigua and I didn't play. And coming to Barbados and being able to debut, I mean, it was really a dream come true. And the atmosphere was absolutely electric.
In the air, a second wicket for Matthew Ford. He is loving this beginnings here in international cricket.
So be able to do that in a series decider, and you know, we're back here again for another series decider. So for me, it's just about repeating the basics and doing the good things over and over.
We often see you on the field. What about off the field? What type of person would you say Matthew Ford is?
Quite chill, quite down to earth. A lot of the guys see me as the funny one, so you know, we normally just mingle in the room. You know, this tour has been me, Hitmyer, Seals, Moti, Shepherd. So you know, like we have a bit of camaraderie going, which is quite good.
How did you find that balance at school, and when did you know sort of that cricket would be something you put all your eggs in that basket?
I think I made the World Cup team at, I was like 17, and it was from then I was like, nah, Mom, I'm sorry, but I want to be a cricketer and I'm giving it my all to be a cricketer. You know, for me, it was always cricket. I've always dreamt about it. I've always aspired to play cricket in the backyard. Miss Susan Bell, as you would know, she's my neighbor, and she was always telling me from young days she knew I was going to be a cricketer because I had the ball string up, and at 12 and 1 o'clock in the night, she can't sleep because I'm just on the ball string. So.
Speaking about, you know, your school days, we kind of played at the same time. I was obviously not as good as Matthew, but I do remember that Jacob Bethel was also playing in and around that same time as well, and you got him out in the first ODI.
Oh dear, this will be soft as. He'll be disappointed with that, Jacob Bethel, but more celebration for the men in maroon.
What do you remember about him at school?
Bethel was a menace on the field. I always hated bowling to Bethel. You know, he would be there all day, like without even worrying. So, you know, to get him out in that first game, and for me, like he's evolved into such a great player. You know, kudos to him. I saw him on the beach when we were in Antigua, and I was like, just got in the gym. Yeah, but he looks really good, and his game has improved tremendously. So, and I'm really happy for him.
Talk about your dad, his influence. I know he's always watching, he'll be here for sure. What influence has he had on Matthew Ford, the person and the player?
My dad's very easygoing, complete opposite to me. I always look up to him. He aspires me to do better every day. You know, I call him my hero, and for me, every time I step on the field, you know, I just want to make him proud because I know if he has work that day, you know, he doesn't go to work. He'd be home watching that game, or whether it be if I'm playing in the Caribbean, he'd fly around the Caribbean to watch me play. So, you know, he always allowed me to do what I wanted. Mom wanted me to do school. She wanted me to be a doctor. I'm sorry, Mom, but, you know, my dad, he just allowed me to do, you know, aspire my dreams.
You played such an important role in that St. Lucia Kings team to the point where you guys have won the tournament this year, and there's a few of you in this West Indies team currently. What was the emotion you felt to lift that trophy?
It was unreal. I remember seeing the score we had to chase 139 and it was like 138 and like my eyes just blurred out because I couldn't believe that we'd done it. So, you know, I know the boys are elated and, you know, we'd love to do it again next year.
Tell me about this pace attack. Alzari, who you've bowled with for a number of years in St. Lucia. Jaden, who you played the U19 World Cup with.
How's that? Yep, got him.
Shamar, who's also under 25 and younger like you guys. It seems like there's a new life in this one international team because of the age of you guys. What can we expect?
Nothing but greatness is all I could say. You know, it's a work in progress. We're not the finished product as yet, but every day, like for instance, we had training today and before training we meet as a group and Alzari is the leader of the group. And he was like, okay, today, whatever we do, when we finish, we're going to finish off with some Yorkers. And you know, everyone's fine with that. Everyone is ready and willing to work. And we accept one another's opinion. That's the most important thing.
Coach Darren Sammy, from when you first came onto the scene in the Caribbean, he was your head coach, and now in the West Indies, he's your head coach. Describe the role he's played in Matthew Ford, the international bowler.
He's a phenomenal guy, and he makes the dressing room so easy. You know, he tells you as it is. He just made things a lot easier, and you know, he would always give you that opportunity. He would always give you that chance. He would let you know what he thinks versus what you think. A lot of the guys trust him, as he's a leader, as we've seen in the future. He's a natural leader.
I've never asked you this, but show us these tattoos and what is the significance of those? Because I've been your friend for a long time, but I never remember seeing these tattoos until recently. So can you tell us about these?
This is a dove, and these are 3 crosses, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So for me, like, I'm a big guy on prayer as well, and the dove is the messenger. Before we go to every practice and every game, like, we huddle up, I say the prayer, you know, and for me, like, I like doing that. I like being the messenger. I like praying for the boys.
Matthew, as a fellow Barbadian, I want to tell you on behalf of the entire island, we are very proud of you. I think you've inspired so many and you continue to inspire, and it's just a joy to watch you on the field, man. The energy that you bring, the vibe, the presence that you have, I hope you keep it up and I wish you a long career full of success.
Thank you, Nikhil.
Go well. When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Jewel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom is very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. She's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And, you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around and someone that you should have in your corner.
Joel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Joel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing. And if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Joel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die, sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tied with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressure because everyone expects me to, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, I really, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, my idol off the field, more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. Whilst all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, that call was something that I always wanted to just be in a part of the CPL, because, this is the biggest party in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL, and I cried instantly.
So, players having what I would imagine a good lunch, and we're just about ready for the action after lunch on the second day of the battle between the CCC and Barbados. Barbados Pride 135 for 2. Drake's looking to make another statement. Show that Darren Sammy and the talent scouts would have his name firmly in that red book. I say red, it could be black. He's done so well. 80 against the Harpy Eagles, and as you know, 2 centuries already. 30-year-old, 3 overall. Took a long time to get into the Barbados side, but of course, not an easy side to make. But he's really done an extremely good job. And no doubt, looking to, along with Kevin Wickham, make sure that Barbados, by the end of the second day, are in a position of command. On the other hand, the CCC will be looking to get among the wickets. So just about ready for the start of the second session on day 2. brilliant weather in Bridgetown. Here we go. Jacob Simhu, left arm spinner, big man. Bowled pretty well early on. Lovely shot, beautifully played. Look at that time, and that's gone for 4. And he gets to the 50. Kevin Wickham, he must be quite a happy man, having been unfortunate in terms of a couple of decisions so far this year, given out leg before, unfortunate, but he's made a statement. He's gone to 50, and this young, talented Barbadian batsman exciting the taste buds with some scintillating shots. Another boundary, through mid wicket, full toss put away. That was a gift, really, maybe a dessert. And he said, thank you very much, and spanked it away to mid wicket. Beautifully played again. Lovely drive. He's such a wonderful player. Times the ball beautifully. The type that you leave your rice and peas, or your living banana, or your ackee and saltfish if you're in Jamaica. You cook up, of course, in Guyana, and come and watch him bat. Of course, someone from Guyana will call and say it's Metiji. Hello to our friends in Guyana. But he looked very, very solid. Sometimes you look at stats and say, look, he hasn't made many runs, but you know his ability. Very well bowled to end the over. Barbados up to 144 for 2. So, just 2 wickets, the fast bowlers, Holder and Calvin Marcus. I thought he bowled pretty well. But ever since the departure of McCaskey, who was a victim of his own indiscretion, these two have done very well. Drakes has been patient, watchful, vigilant. He's got 17 from 59 balls. Wickham has been cavalier in his stroke play. He's got 56 from just 64 balls. So Calvin Marcus, who got the first wicket when he got rid of Captain Brathwaite, will take it up from the southern end. You could see he's seeing the ball as big as a Bajan breadfruit. Earlier he would have been just blocking that, but he was into a wonderful drive. First saw him playing for the Empire Club, just in the outskirts of the nation's capital. And he got to 96 and then gave his hand away. It was against a team captained by Ashley Nurse. Boy, that was a treat. Did in fact have him on my show, Mason and Guest, on Tuesday. and he was conscious of the fact that he wasn't getting runs, but he also said that he was talking a lot to the former West Indies keeper Shane Dorridge. Lovely drive of the ball. Best young batsman in the region. Of course, there's Kevin Anderson, who's a wonderful cricketer. Lots of good cricketers around. That's gone fine. With the rare strokes. Because I don't know of many West Indian batsmen who hook and pull like Roy Fredericks did. Alvin Kalituran. And of course, Richie Richardson. He was brilliant. They look for second here. And of course, those were the halcyon days. Remember the World Cup 1975. Making 100. Really, and it was a joy really to see display. Shot from Drake's. 110. Paul then gave his hand away. Looked a bit tired, 45. And of course, that's gone through cover. Will it have the legs to get there? It does. So the 150 has come from the board now for the slowed it. Had enough to get there. And the batting well. That bad ball to come along. Yeah, well, you're going to have the gaps open quite nicely. The back. When you bat like this, no silly point, a major concession. Briggs has not had it all his way. I wouldn't say struggle, but he's not been as free as normal. It's gone through cover. I mean, it was so easy. Too short. Extra cover. And one to the gone pass. I would say, having not got the no, that's the lose. Give him some credit. He's actually bowled, I think. Had a tremendous structure. The best players from the various campuses would come to Barbados and play. Kyle Corbin, who still plays for them, got 100 in Guyana, and it was unbeatable. Not so anymore. No, that's good batting. Having 2 balls a go, had a swish outside the off stump, covering up quite nicely. And you can see Wickham just walking away down towards the square leg area. Just trying to concentrate. I'm sure he's saying to himself, look, I'm on 62. I want to get a big 100 here. I want to make a statement. I want Darren Sammy to speak about me and the talent scouts. He's off the back foot and punches away through cover. That's gone for 4. Good timing again by Wickham. Boy, he's a joy to watch. So the over comes to an end, and it's now 160 for 2. Suppose you've got to give Barbados credit for staying with him. I know sometimes, having failed, you could have a situation where you drop a player with all the big boys back, but he's an investment. They know his ability. And averaging just about 40, despite not getting runs. I'm sure that Barbados would have stayed with him. But look at that. I mean, beautifully played off the back foot. And going through cover. Elbows well cocked as well. Good picture for primetime sports tonight. Now Shamar Holder's back into the attack. It was tremendous joy when he got the wicket of McCaskey. Would have played the test match for the West Indies and New Zealand. Here's Holder. I think height would have been the problem there. Might have been struck in front, but I rather suspect it might have been going over the top. But he was undone by extra pace generated by Holder. Yeah, a bit high. Certainly a big appeal. Keeper didn't seem all that keen. And you can get your cue, and he was actually going down the leg side as well. No ball. Called by umpire Raj Kumar, the man from the land of Calypso. Of course, Carnival just finished a couple of days ago. Carnival Tuesday. Big day Of course, in Trinidad, Carnival is always big. I've actually been to Carnival, but I was there covering cricket a couple of years ago, around that time, but I've never like booked a flight and gone to Carnival. So the Pride trail by exactly 100 now. They would want to bat all day and portions of tomorrow, not only get first innings points, but they want to get a lead that will threaten the CCC. And they've got good batting, Jason Holder and company to come. Yeah, when we look back at the way Wickham actually started, was not scheduled to play. That would have been about 5 years ago, and actually was called up because another young cricketer couldn't make it. Went to Bank Hall, which is the Empire Club, and in his first innings actually made 100. Now that's meat and drink. That's going to go for 4. Full, and that's what you do with a full toss. It's gone through cover for 4. Yeah. 2 full and put away. So Holder ends another over. Barbados doing pretty well. 166 for 2. This is the time you just got to get your length right. A clear plan of action. Pitch flat. Second day. Not a lot in it for the bowlers. And the game can get away from you. Marcus, good shoulders. Very fit. And with a little bit of pace. He's not one that would run you to square leg. Very well played indeed. Back for the second. Lovely use of the wrists. Down to backward square. Of course, this is the kind of situation where you don't want to give your hand away. 100 is there for the taking. Pitch flat, pace down as far as the fast bowlers are concerned, defensive field. The good players do cash in these conditions and circumstances. In fact, in the interview that I did with him on Tuesday on the show, he said, I know that I've got to get runs. I know the challenges. But he also said, I'm going to back myself. And he's just 28 away from making 100 in his own backyard. Another over, done and dusted. Barbados Pride 169 for 2. So, Shamar Holder to continue. In fact, when he was left out of the Barbados team, having played against the Harpy Eagles, 1 or 2 injuries, and yet he couldn't get into the squad. McAllister injured, and Leacock injured as well, the leg spinner. Oh, he struck him. Took his eyes off of that. Wow. Completely surprised by that short ball. Mind you, it did not get up at all. But he seems to be okay, I would imagine. Yep. Banged in short. Yeah. In fact, if you ask me for an analysis as Jackie King, the physio, comes out with her lovely run. I've seen that over the years. Have a look at that. She's put on a bit of weight in recent times. He's not as quick as Obadele. But I've seen that run for so many years. Dr. King, she's been with the Barbados team for, I would think, about maybe 20 years or more. Having a chat with the Drakes, but yeah, I mean, he was surprised. I mean, we haven't seen many short deliveries. Roland Butcher was making the point that he wanted to see him express himself some more. So the necessary precautions being taken. But I think cricket is about analysis. And if you ask me if there's a problem, maybe problem is a strong word, if there's a concern that they've got about Drakes, is that I'm not sure that he handles short bowling as well as he could. Let's go back to the Jamaica Scorpions match. Smith bowled a couple of short deliveries. In fact, Captain Campbell, because he wasn't comfortable with the forward short leg and the leg gully in, even had Mackenzie bowling short of him. But then that's a West Indian thing. And if you ask me about modern day West Indian batsmen, I don't see many of them hooking and pulling as we saw in the past. But he just didn't look at the ball. No, it's going to be interesting to see what Holder does here. Will he continue to maybe bowl short? But that should give the bowler a cue that Drakes is not comfortable with that short delivery. Now that was telegraphed. Might have been better just to pitch it up, make him think, is it going to come now? I think he was quite ready and prepared for that short delivery. It was also down the leg side. But you got to set him up like Andy Roberts and Malcolm Marshall did, Joe Garner. Pitch it up. And then, as you would say in Caribbean parlance, ring that bouncer in. It's just getting back to that Scorpions game. I mean, Odin Smith bowled a couple of short deliveries to him, discovered him, and then we even had Blackwood bowling a couple of short balls. He got 100, but of course at a different level with a Stark or Hazelwood or Cummins coming at you, they're going to be right at your body. Yeah, he looked to Yorkham there, but it was full, overcompensating. Lucky to have gotten away with it. So the 100 partnership has come up on the board now. Jonathan Drakes and Kevin Wickham, two young cricketers from Barbados. Barbados, a lot of money goes into the development of cricket in Barbados, the Barbados Lottery. And cricket is very big in Barbados. The BCA, very conscious of the importance of development. Oh, that's very well played. Square in the offside. Beautifully played. They look for third and they should get it too. I mean, that's really great, huh? I mean, off the back foot, square in the offside. The timing was so sweet. I know that there's some former West Indies cricketers who are quite sweet on Kevin Wickham. I am too, actually. I think he's got the goods to go to the very top. Now the forward square has been put in short. And that's good cricket because he actually played that slightly off the back foot. He was expecting the ball to Be sure that it wasn't, but he got away with it. 42 gone. The Barbados Pride in charge. 173 for 2. Wickham comes from the parish of St. George, the Market Hill area, if you know Barbados. In fact, lost his father last year during the regional tournament. And it was, as you'd expect, a big body blow to him. Very, very close indeed, I'm told. He's got good support from the Barbados Cricket Association, as you'd expect, from his parish, St. George. Went to the Grantley Adams School, which is in the country. St. Joseph, Barbados' smallest parish. He could actually walk from his home to his school. In fact, when the Barbados team was picked with the big guns in it, some were speculating that he might have lost his place in the side. Kevin Wickham. Look at that. Beautifully played through cover. You could leave your rice and peas and come to Kensington and see that. What a shot.
Yeah, lovely shot, Andrew. Good afternoon. That was over pitched and got what it deserved. Put it away nicely.
Yeah. Well, talk me through this, Roland. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah, it was turned out to be a full toss in the end. Marcus probably going for the Yorker. Ended up, but still had to be put away. Did it with some style.
Yeah, he's one of those batsmen that you really would want to come and see. In the old time days, you know, in local cricket, you wanted to see some of the greats of the past. And that's good cricket. Allowing that to go outside the off stump. In Caribbean parlance, you say you could get a little licorice. You've heard that before. And that was good bowling by Marcus. He had it just outside the off stump. And of course, that's like the rat looking to nibble at the cheese there. And he says, no, I wouldn't be drawn into discretion, and allowed it to go by to be taken by the keeper. That's good cricket, good part of the psychology there to just hang it wide the off stump, inviting indiscretion. Not really seeing the ball so big now. The over comes to an end. Wickham with visions of making 100. Barbados are very much in control here. 179 for 2.
Yeah, very much in control since the fall of that second wicket. Seems a long time ago, and this partnership really is flourishing. Drex has played the minor role, but Wickham has certainly taken the game with the scruff of the neck and heading towards 100 and in quick time.
Yeah, he's faced just 94 balls, but he's a stroke maker. He's that kind of a cricketer that We'll pick up a single. When the bad ball comes along, he'll put it away. Holder to continue his battle with Drakes, who was discomforted in the last over of the ball that was short. Now backwards, make that fine leg is about 10-15 meters inside the boundary. Now interesting, if you look at that, Roland Butcher, I think he was expecting a short ball there. And he actually
he was hanging back.
He was hanging back there. Yeah. So the backward square is going to go right back into the boundary. I think Holder's going to try and set him up with a short ball. There are two slips and the gully. There's a forward square short. Now there's a backward square. The first one was pitched up. Now when will that short ball come along? I would put a forward short leg in. Yeah, clearly playing across that slightly, clearly the ball that hit him is really in his mind now.
He's hanging on the back foot, and that was a pitched up delivery and didn't really push out. Almost from that back position then.
This is where captains have got to be on the money, creative. Put the forward short leg in. Start the chirp. So we've had Roland Butcher, 3 balls pitched up. When will we get the short one, Roland? Look into your crystal ball.
Well, he just hasn't got any protection at the deep square leg. It's okay to bowl the short ball, but
yeah. I reckon
you need that protection down there.
Yeah, maybe
you'd be unlucky to get caught down at fine leg on this pitch.
I think he tried it there, but it's energy levels have dropped.
Yeah, a bit of cat and mouse.
Yep.
But has Shamar Holder got the patience to go through the holdover without bowling it? That's the question.
Well, there are 2 balls left in the over.
I suspect that he will not have the patience.
You don't think so? You expect this one to be short? Oh, very well bowled indeed. Looking to York him.
Yep, that was good bowling, that Yorker. So it's now or never, Andrew.
Yes. Yeah. The bats will be saying, hey, look, I haven't really had that short ball yet.
It must be coming.
And you expect it. Now, another fast bowler would say, look, he's expecting that short ball. I'm going to pitch it up and see what he does. This is going to be interesting. I'm keen to see what's going through the young man's mind here, Shamar Holder. Cat and mouse. He's brought the forward short mid wicket in.
Yeah. Pitch up delivery.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, it was outside the off stump, no challenges there. So the over comes to an end, an over in which there was some probe.
Yeah, good contest that. A lot of thinking taking place there. Drake's staying on the back foot, expecting the short ball. And Shamar Holder sticking to his plan and pitched every ball up to the bat, included a couple of Yorkers as well. So, good passage of play.
Had a very long chat with Kevin Wickham. So another change. Marcus gets a rest to be replaced by the, shall I say, former Barbados fast bowler, Hakeem Jordan. Maybe I shouldn't say that. And they're scoring Roland Butcher at a pretty good clip here, over 4. And they're down in terms of trailing on the 85 now.
Yeah, they've moved on very quickly since lunch. I mean, Wickham was what? At lunch he was what, 40s? So he's added another 40 in that quick time. So the scoring rate's good.
Yeah, he was 47 at the break. Now here's Hakeem Jordan operating from the southern end of the ground. Look at that. Look at that. Don't run for that. Don't spoil it. Oh, beautifully played through it on for 4.
Yeah, full half volley there by Jordan. Got exactly what it deserved. Nicely struck all along the ground on the onside of the pitch. And into the boundary for 4. Nicely balanced shot. Nice straight bat. Just hitting through the line. Not trying to hit it with any power, just perfect timing.
They said that the on drive is perhaps the most difficult shot to play. Is that true? You would have played a lot of on drives in your time. Is that true? I've always heard that.
It's a very difficult shot because you've got to get the balance right. Otherwise, you can play around the ball. So his positioning there was perfect.
Now he allows it to go outside the off stump. So talk me through the on drive. It is a difficult shot to play. Just remind me again why.
I mean, generally the difficulty with that is that you can overbalance, get your head too far outside the off stump, which pulls your body across. So getting the timing of your balance to be in the right position, that when the ball arrives you can then play it with a straight bat, is the key.
Were you a good on driver, Roland, in your time?
It wasn't bad, Andrew. It wasn't bad.
I want to hear you. You're very low. We can hardly hear you.
Well, it's not for me to say that. It's for you, it is for you to say. It's for you to say that.
What was your favorite?
Or it's for you to inquire elsewhere.
Yeah, what was your favorite shot, Roland?
Well, Andrew, I love a cover drive, and I loved playing off the pads as well.
Oh, okay. Flicking off the pads like Maurice Foster from Jamaica. They said that was the only shot you could play. Hello to my good friend there in Jamaica, Maurice Foster, land of wood and water, maybe on the busy streets of Kingston, maybe somewhere in Halfway Tree. So you love the cover drive, and you say that was your favorite, Roland?
Yeah, I mean, I like the pull shot as well. I mean, there's it's a pleasing shot there, cover drive.
Again, he allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. You would have had some fine bowlers in your time. Who would have been the fastest, Roland Butcher, that you faced in your career?
Boy, Andrew, that's the spells that you remember. I think Sylvester Clarke. There's some spells from him. Spells from Patrick Patterson. Those are the guys really that.
Clarke and Patterson, the quickest you faced.
And of course Michael Holding.
Runs for Wickham. We'll get 2.
And sure, Andy Roberts in his early days, he wasn't slow.
No. But the very fastest Barbados 185 for 2 would have been.
So I think some of the quickest spells that I would have faced, I think Sylvester Clarke would rank. And Patrick Patterson.
And he came from a short run, Sylvester.
Clarke and Patterson.
He was quick, nicknamed Rambo. Clarke, he was devilish. In fact, I understand that when he went to India, Alvin Kallicharran was then the captain of the West Indies team. He'd never really seen him bowl and brought him on rather late. He was lethal. Watched him playing for the BCL, the Barbados Cricket League, in local cricket up at Blenheim, just in the outskirts of the nation's capital. We would always go to see him bowl. And in terms of English fast bowlers that you would have faced, was John Snow quick or quickish?
Yeah, John Snow was. Yeah, he was lively.
Anybody else you can think of in your time playing for Middlesex?
In terms of English fast bowlers, Bob Willis.
Bob
Willis would have been up there.
So Willis Snow.
Yeah, John Snow, Willis. I'm trying to think of some of the more modern, paces.
The name slips me now, but there was a fast bowler who came out to the Caribbean. Didn't play a lot. Was raw.
You probably mean Greg Thomas.
Yeah, Greg Thomas. Yeah. Was he sharp?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, he was. Yeah, he was lively.
Mhm,
He was
yep.
lively.
This is a good contest. Pitching it up, bringing the batsman onto the front foot. Not with a great deal of conviction. He's more speculative there, the batsman. Yeah, Thomas was pretty sharp.
And of course, the other one. Oh, I can't forget Devon Malcolm.
Oh, he was sharp.
Yeah.
Remember him bowling to Carl at Best there?
Yeah.
Was it 86? I think it was. Best he made 100. Now that's gone through cover. That's going to go for 4. Through extra cover. Well played, Drakes.
Yes, just moving away from his line in length. Shamar Holder offering up the drive, and Jonathan Drake said, "Thank you very much. I'll take it."
Yeah, pitched up, 2 full, and stroked away through cover. That's gone for 4. So he's been attacking him with the balls pitched up. I say attack, but we haven't seen that bouncer again. Oh, the edge is found. He's gone, caught behind. And Holder strikes. Again, you get the feeling, not a lot of conviction in that shot. Still looking for that short ball, and Holder celebrates. Drakes departs.
Yes, and Holder gets his man in the end, having been previously driven through the offside for 4. Gets his revenge. Drake's good 30, but he's got to go. Caught by wicketkeeper Richards.
I think you got to give Holder some credit here. Yeah, no real conviction in that. It was a bit of a nothing shot, really. And look at that celebration.
Yeah, but I think credit to the bowler. It's a ball he had to play at. Really, the line was a good one. He had to play at it. Just got an edge. Ball just carrying to the keeper. So good wicket as Roston Chase makes his way to the crease.
Yeah, he bowled well. He was the man that sliced through the middle order of the CCC. So Holder's got his second. Can you imagine if he gets 5 here? I'm sure the cricket towns in Barbados will be wagging. And Bajan Paradise saying, but how can you leave out this man? That'd be a foolishness. I'm sure the Barbadian patois, that twang on the call-in programs, but he's done very well. He's picked up 2 and looking for more. So Roston Chase comes out to do battle. Here's Holder to bowl to Chase. Very good first delivery to get as well. So successful over for Shamar Holder, and Barbados are now 189 for 3. Jordan testing the patience of Kevin Wickham here. His last 5 deliveries outside the off stump wide. He's got the protection of the field and the cover boundary as well. Now he bowls the in-swinger.
Just a little too short to threaten Wickham. The pace has really gone out of this pitch and the ball. I mean, Jordan's not generally quick anyway, so he's got to rely on bowling good areas. Cannot afford to be too full because Wickham's driving has been excellent at taking advantage of the short pitch or the full tosses.
Yeah, so he's certainly working on the plan. Ford did it quite well yesterday for Barbados. In fact, in his 7 overs, he just conceded 5 runs. And I suppose as you get closer and closer to the 100, the mindset may be different. So after going wide, he's now decided to bring the ball back into Wickham. Oh, it's gone through. And it's going to head out towards the boundary. We'll have the legs to get there. It does. Poor work by the captain. You must lead by example. Another boundary to Wickham. He's into the 90s now.
Yeah, that was an awful piece of fielding. Really an insult to the bowler. He's bowling his heart out in trying conditions. He needs support from your fielders, and really the captain there made a mess of that.
Now he's rubbing the ball. I wonder what he's going to say to his bowler. Here we go. Oop. Oh, come on. Right through him. Wickham is into the 90s now. Roland, what do you like about Kevin Wickham? What do you like about him? Tell me.
I think he's a bit of an old-fashioned batter in terms of.
Old-fashioned?
Yeah, I mean he's.
I like that.
He doesn't try to overhit the ball.
That's gone through cover. Beautifully played indeed. We'll get 2. And it goes for 4.
And
again, the captain. Wow. Seems to have hurt himself as well. That's gone through extra cover.
Again, that was a dreadful piece of fielding again, Andrew. Really. Is he injured or is it embarrassment through? I think there might be a bit of both. But really, he made a real pig's ear of this one, Andrew. It was.
Say it again, a pig's ear.
Yeah, that was that was.
Yeah.
I think he's more embarrassed.
Well, the physio has come out.
Yeah.
To see what she can do
but
to.
He hasn't he hasn't done himself justice, Jeremiah, in the field today. We've seen that more than. That wasn't the first time. It wasn't the second. It wasn't the third. But this probably was perhaps the most
comical.
Comical. I mean, really.
Have a look at that. That's a slide.
The slide. The attempt.
Yeah. Ooh.
The attempted slide was very awkward, and he never ever got a hand on it. Never got the body near it.
He also lost his brand name shades in the process as well.
Yeah, pride is hurt. Andrew. He's fine. He's fine.
Pride, and
but he's cost Jordan another 4.
And of course, he's playing against the Barbados Pride.
I don't think Jordan would be too impressed with that because he should have stopped both of those.
Yeah, I think he's all right, and I think it was more embarrassment, really. So players refreshing themselves. 197 for 3.
Yeah, Andrew, you were asking me about Wickham. As I said, he's an old-fashioned player, a sort of languid sort of player, timer of the ball. A similar sort of player. I'm not saying he's going to be as good as this player or he's as good as this player that I'm going to mention at this point in time, but you know, Zahir Abbas had the same sort of languid way he played the ball, didn't hit it hard, just timed it. I'm not comparing Wickham to Zahir Abbas because Zahir Abbas was a top player at international level. You know, he's nearly scored a triple century in Test cricket, so he's at a different level. But what I'm saying is that when you look at Wickham and he's playing well, you know, you see that languid stroke play.
I think the description is apt, really. Old-fashioned batsman. When I see him, I see a Seymour Nurse, you know, timing the ball sweetly. Saw one from Guyana, Carl Hooper. These are the players that, you know, time the ball so beautifully. Lots of cricket in the Caribbean. Of course, the Australians are coming July 25th to the 28th, playing 3 test matches in Barbados, Grenada and Jamaica. Then they go to St. Kitts. But of course, before that, May 21st to the 15th, Ireland and England. And then, of course, the Pakistanis are coming. Looking forward to that. Florida will get some games. Trinidad and Tobago of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That's at the end of July. We can't forget the West Indies women. In fact, tomorrow there'll be the big finals in the regional competition in St. Kitts. Tour of England, May 21st to the 8th. And then the South Africans are coming to Barbados, June the 11th to the 23rd. And of course the ICC Cricket World Cup, September to October in India. So, schedule for 2025, please come out and support West Indies cricket, wherever you are. So after the break, it's time to check out Shimar Holder. He's been just thereabouts, as you said, bowling within himself. He's had just 1 or 2 bouncers, but generally it's not been aggressive stuff. It's been more controlled bowling from Shimar Holder.
Yeah, against Frost and Chase, he can afford to mix it up. Like, he can bowl the line in length, but you know, Trust and Chase, he's not the best player of the short ball, so he certainly can try a couple at him.
Yeah, I think I had to do an analysis of his bowling. I think he's been okay. I don't think he's bowled the short ball enough, really. Sometimes it doesn't have to be a good short ball, just get into the batsman's mind. And I think it discomforted Drakes. And when he ducked into a short ball, was never the same player after that. And eventually edged one to be taken by the keeper. Of course, this is the time when you're not getting wickets, just got to keep it tight. And I like to see this kind of a contest. Just don't like the idea of teams just setting defensive fields and giving singles up.
Yeah, it's important. It's important for CCC to stay in the fight. They can't. They just can't let Barbados get away. They've got to work hard. You know, 1 or 2 wickets, suddenly the game has changed again. So, you know, they've got to keep plugging away. They've got to be disciplined to get a bit of luck. You know, 197 for 5 looks different.
But he's just working away on that off stump ball into Roston Chase. Think about Shamar Holder. He's always been fit. And they tell me that he's the one to pass the yo-yo test with flying colours. That's the first thing before you go in the park. You got to be fit. And he is certainly a fit young man. Lucky to have gotten away with a full delivery down the leg side. Oh, he's a lucky man. He gets the boundary. Lots of luck there. Down to wide third man. That's gone for 4.
Yes, he could have had another wicket there, Shamar Holder. Just a bit of uncertainty in Roston Chase's play. He just sparred outside the off stump. Just had the luck to get it wide of the gully.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, big gap between bat and pad. Didn't get into the line, didn't cover it properly. Hence the outside edge. Went past the gully fielder in the ear. Holders has bowled well. Now the attention is turned to the exciting Kevin Wickham, just 5 away. The last over got a couple of free runs really. Captain up at mid-off. Ball went straight through and then made a meal of it down at extra cover. And it came at a time when Jordan had kept Wickham quiet. It's good all-round player, good player spin. And is also not a bad keeper. Bowls a heavy ball, can bowl leg spin and off spin as well. So he's a cricketer.
Wicket keeper as well.
Yeah, he is. Surprised he actually didn't bowl for Barbados in the first innings. He's bowled him. Wickham is bowled. A major disappointment for Wickham. Loses his off stump on 95. He must be very disappointed, but you know what? Jordan will be a happy man.
Yeah, really, delivery should have been forward. I think when he gets into the pavilion and has a look at the replay, he would have realised that Jordan's pace and that delivery, he should have been onto the front foot and just pushing it up to bit off. He elected to go back, which allowed the ball to keep a bit low. It was just too full to play back. And really bad luck to Kevin Wickham. He's batted quite beautifully there, but that's a pitched up delivery, and once it's on target, you know, you've got no chance playing back there. At least you would get LBW. See, both feet are almost inside the crease. You know, had he taken a stride forward, Andrew, he would have played it nicely.
Yep, so CCC picking up a couple of wickets in the last half an hour or so, and you're right, this game could change. Holder comes to the crease now, so you're in the middle order. Good bowling. Very good bowling indeed by Jordan. That's his role. Good length, good line, a little bit of movement. Holder gets off the mark. Successful over comes to an end. Jordan will be happy man. Barbados 202 for 4. So 2 new batsmen at the crease. Holders just face 4 balls, chase 7. So Holder batting at 6 in the Barbados team. Of course, there's Boucher, who would have been a worthy candidate as well. The mid-off is wide, and that was hit in the air. Wide and short. Evelyn.
Yeah, Chase very lucky there. Could easily have held out at mid-off. Just had the rub of the green.
Well, that'll go for 4. Badly lined and put away by Roston Chase.
Not a convincing shot, that, Andrew. I think replay will probably show that that was pretty straight. So Chase gets the luck. Yeah, off the stumps, gets a thick bottom edge. Raced away to the boundary.
You could have played that onto stumps. No, that's the poor delivery and dealt with in the appropriate manner down to backward square.
Yeah, much more convincing shot, that one by Roston Chase. Angling down the leg side, even with the man back at deep square leg. Chase not afraid to pick that one up.
Yeah, it was badly lined to just on about that leg stump, full. All he had to do was to get back into that, spit in the field. So another over, gone, 50 now exactly. Barbados 214 for 4. Oh, another bad bit of work by Evelyn. The feeling of the CCC not the best, allowing Chase to come back for a second. That's good bowling, very good bowling indeed. Squaring the batsman up. It's good at that, Jordan. One that not only bowls the new ball well, but can come back at this time of the day and bowl good length, good line. We'll do a bit with the ball as well. It's got the ability to move it both ways. So just trailing by 45 now, Barbados. Of course, it's not so much getting 263. It's about getting an advantage. The lead is important, but of course you want to get the advantage. And if they bat the whole day, they'll be looking to really turn the screws. CCC will be looking to deny them that. Lovely square drive by Holder. Protection of the boundary. Marcus done it backward square.
It's important for CCC to break this partnership before it really gets any momentum. Both players capable of scoring quite quickly.
It's gone over the top. One bounce, 4 runs, done it long off. Hit with tremendous power and disdain as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, Ruston Chase, once he gets into the groove, you know, he will take the attack, certainly to the bowlers. Yeah, Jordan just offering that one up there, nice and easy. Field up, mid off up, mid on up. Chase choosing the aerial route.
So they're looking at your brand name cell phone. Man United are playing this afternoon. Your team, Man United, my team as well. And Jordan responds with a baby bouncer. So 222 for 4.
Yes, Man United struggles continue, Andrew. Where they're struggling, I guess you heard about the new Champions League in the US, and the sums discussed this morning was the teams taking part $100 million for 4 weeks, and the 2 English teams are Man City and Chelsea.
No Man United, no Arsenal.
Well, no chance, because qualification is you must have won the Champions League in the last 4 years.
Okay, Man United will not be in that equation. Yeah. What do you think is the problem though at Man United?
Andrew,
Take a couple of days.
You would need a couple of programs for that.
I'll take a year, yeah. Very disappointing, really. Club with so much support. Now Holder gets a break to be replaced by the energetic Marcus. What a name to have. Something biblical about that. He comes in this time from the northern end. The first time he's going to bowl from the Jogan end. And that's going to be a wide. Oh, some luck there for Holder. That could have been played on.
Yeah, streaky single there, could easily play that into his stumps. Appears as if it came back sharply at Holder.
Well, we know that Jason Nola loves to pull. I don't know about him hooking, but he certainly likes that pull shot. He said it there and was rather choked. Might have been a little bit quicker than he anticipated. But this is an important period just before tea on the second day. CCC on the hunt for more success. Barbados looking trailing by 37 to the two experienced cricketers in Holder and Chase to carry their bats right through the day with a handy lead, come back tomorrow. But of course, that's all conjecture. Holder will look for a second here and will get it comfortably. Backward point having to move to the third man. So the story of the day has been Wickham's 95. Would be very disappointed. Went back, but he should have been forward. Ball kept low and lost his off stump. There we go, Holder with a pull. Jordan gets his frame behind it to make the stop. 2:27 for 4.
Jason Holder will take the opportunity when the ball is short to score. Chase moved into the 20s quite breezily.
It's also very interesting that the CCC, they've employed a lot of pace since the interval. You haven't seen Graves. Left arm spill a ball a bit, but I suppose they're going with their tried and trusted. Jordan, the experienced bowler, Holder's been around for a bit. So the Barbados camp, 2:28 for 4 will be okay. How about that? Not on top of the world, not on top of the moon, really. This has been a good spell by Jordan, recognizing his limitations. Not quick, but good length, good line, bit of movement. Strikes you like someone that would do well in England, you think? You think he would?
Well, he did well for Kent, Jordan. He got some 5-wicket hauls. That type of bowler, if the conditions are right. He's more of an English style bowler, really.
Do you think he'll play for Barbados again? Well, again, Holder flirting. Not that commitment. The ball might have just dropped in front of the field at slip. Goes behind him for a single.
Did you ask him if he played Barbados or England? Or West Indies?
Do you want me to ask the question slowly?
Well, you said Barbados.
Okay. Let's start with Barbados. You think he'll play for Barbados again?
Well, he'll be in the pecking order. He's in there with Shamar Holder and others, McAllister and others.
But Holder's not playing.
McAllister's not either.
Well done. Well done. And with that, Roland Butcher wants to go to the chair. He doesn't want any examination. Forced away off the back foot by Roston Chase, who is batting freely now. He's a free scoring batsman as Roston Chase. 5 test centuries. Last time he played for Barbados at this level would have been in Trinidad, and he was a match winner. Then couldn't play against the academy. Barbados lost the match, and with it $250,000 not in the bank in Barbados. It went to Guyana. So what do you think is the mindset now of a Jason Holder? There's some people feel now that he's not an automatic selection of the West Indies side. Do you agree with that, Roland?
Well, he hasn't played for a while, which means that he can't be an automatic choice in the team if he hasn't played for a while. He's now trying to get himself back into the team, and I guess he's aware of the work he'll have to do that. But there's only one way to get in, and it's through performance.
Yep. It's been around for quite a long time. A former West Indies captain. Of course, when you look at the construct of the bowling attack, you've got Jaden Seals, who's now the lead bowler. Shamar Joseph will be in it. Alzari Joseph, I would think. Then you got to scratch your head a bit after that, you reckon? Did I leave only one, Roland? Very well played. We'll be looking for a second here, and we'll get it comfortably. Roston Chase.
Yeah, it's easy pickings there for Roston Chase, full on his legs. Yes, Andrew, question there. Well, you'll have Alzari Joseph, you've got Jaden Seals, you've got Shamar Joseph, that's 3.
Alzari?
Oh, so Alzari.
Okay,
yeah.
Joseph.
You've got the 2 Josephs, you've got Seals.
Right.
I guess Roach will still be around there. Jason Holder.
Right. Any young fast bowlers you've seen that
to push them out at this moment?
No.
I don't think anybody's made those sort of waves to.
I agree.
To push any of those players out of the team.
One would have thought before you leave me to be go and get your rest. This is the time of the day when you tend to sleep, Roland. Not as young as you used to be. Isaiah Thorne. I mean, what's become of him?
I think he was injured, wasn't he?
Oh, that's gone over the keeper's head. That's gone for 4.
No, the keeper's got to take that. Really, he's let his fast bowler down. He's putting a lot of effort to get the ball to bunks on this pitch like that.
Yep.
It requires plenty of effort, and really, you expect your keeper to do better than that.
Yeah. He's not the tallest in the world. Let's have a look at that again. Are you being harsh?
No, not at all.
You reckon you should have caught it?
Have a look. Straight
have
through.
A look at that.
Straight through his hands.
Did it go through his gloves?
Straight to his hand.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Good work by Mr. Green and his team there.
Hendy Wallace would have taken that.
No, Hendy, I've got my doubts. So thanks to you, Roland Butcher, for being in my company for the last half an hour or so. So Roland Butcher gets a much needed break. We'll go and have a cup of coffee without milk, just a bit of sugar, and his place taken by the wide-eyed Hendy Wallace. Hello, Hendy. Nice to see you. Are you well?
Hi there, Andrew. I'm always well. Always well.
Indeed.
And even better to see this spell from young Marcus. At least we saw he was able to extract some bounce there, and clearly the CCC again, it appears as if they're doing their homework. I'm impressed to see the different strategies that they're trying to adopt against their respective players. And I heard you saying that Jason Holder has a reputation of being somewhat of a compulsive hooker, and they were prepared to set the field appropriately and give him a diet of short balls.
Yeah, he strikes you like someone that will give you 150%. Marcus, he's fit. Had a long chat with him up at Wonders. In fact, I did the game last year in the local competition in Barbados. Lots of commentaries were carried. In fact, Barbados, I would think maybe is the only country, maybe in the world, I may be wrong, that actually carries local cricket on radio. And that started back in 1978. Remember, the then program manager of CBC, Jamaican Jean Lewis. She was part of that. And ever since then, we've had cricket on radio. In fact, this match is carried not only on the live stream provided by CWI, it's on local radio, the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, 94.7 FM, and it's also on local TV as well. Well done. I'm sure the BCA would have had something to do with that. And to my right, the man who would have written the check, Hendy Wallace.
However, I didn't sign it.
Getting back to Marcus with the score now up to 239 for 4. He's that effort bowler, and I was saying that I did in fact had a long chat with him, and he was saying, well, a lot of people don't talk about me. I don't get the opportunities, but I can bowl quickly when I'm ready. He actually bowled in that game against Wonders. He bowled pretty sharp, and here he's been okay, not express pace. And in fact, in that spell, Craig Brathwaite was batting. He actually bowled a lot of bouncers to Craig Brathwaite.
Well, in this, so far, he's bowled 12 overs for 37 runs. He's got the wicket of Brathwaite, and his economy is 3.1. And you compare that with Akeem Jordan, who's probably better known. He's bowled some 15 overs, and he's taken 1 wicket for 70 at an economy of 4.7. So if you draw a comparison from that, Marcus has not done too badly at all. And if I was, really going to dissect his technique, he's got a pair of shoulders there. He's quite broad-shouldered, so I suspect that's a lot where the strength comes from. And if I was having a word with him, I would suggest him to maybe try and attack the crease a little bit more. He seems to be just a little bit ambling up to the crease and then putting it all in at the end, which can take its toll on your body. He looks like he's got a pretty fit body, so probably can do that. But in terms of extracting a bit more pace, what I like, he's got a relatively high action, and he's got a braced front leg, so he will generate some pace from there. I would suggest to just maybe put a little bit more into his run-up to get to the crease. Hakeem Jordan continuing from the Malcolm Marshall end, and you certainly can't fault him for effort. He's certainly given it his all. He's now into 16th over. And we said this when we were on air earlier this morning, where I'm sure he wants to make an impression here.
Yeah. Like Shamar Holder, both been ignored by the Barbados selectors. And by the way, Henry Wallace, not too long ago, was chairman of that panel. I then called for his resignation.
And that was because you're my friend, or you didn't think I deserved to resign?
Maybe a bit of both. You were chairman for a couple of years, what, 6 or so?
Yeah, 7 years.
7 years.
So I was happy
and
to
success as well.
To hand over the reins, because I always think it's important to have some continuity. And fortunately, the powers that be at the time saw the importance of having continuity. So the new chairman was a member of my selection panel. So at least we have some continuity in terms of the ethos and the strategy and the vision of the selection of Barbados teams.
Yeah, Barbados, very strong powerhouse in regional cricket. At least used to be.
Just shimmying down the pitch, Jason Holder. Probably looking to just offset the length of Hakeem Jordan. He's obviously mindful not to go into that slot for Jason Holder, who has tremendous reach, 6'7" he is, so those long levers getting in to hit the ball on the up. So Jordan is trying to bowl just short of a good length. Now, Holder, you see he's setting up now outside of the popping crease, and even with that, you saw that he was trying to advance down the pitch.
And a good little partnership between these two. Barbados having lost Drakes and Wickham in quick succession. These are very experienced cricketers. Chase 28 and Holder 11.
Well, Chase means business. He's been going at a strike rate of 103. His 28 off just 27 deliveries without much fuss. And it seems like if the intention is just to put the pressure on this attack, which must be getting a little bit tired at the moment with Jordan in his 16th over. So it looks like if he's pressing on the accelerator, you notice that the mid-off and mid-on are a little deep-ish.
Yeah, in fact, two overs ago, maybe 3, Chase actually lofted Jordan over mid-off. And that prompted the captain not only to move himself from that position, because he's not been good, he's not extra cover, Jeremiah. As you said, the mid-off is back a bit, a deepish mid-on for that lofted drive by Roston Chase.
And he too is setting up outside of his popping crease, and you see these two fielders to the near side of the picture.
We look for a second here, but Holder slipping, and they will now eventually get the second. Holder just slipping and sliding. So Barbados getting closer and closer, Hendy, to picking up those vital first innings points. But of course, it's not so much about the first innings points. Important, but of course, you want to get an advantage. And 243 for 4. They've got good batting still to come. Of course, these two experienced cricketers. Boucher has been among the runs. Ford can do a bit of batting. And of course, Barbados are hopeful to get a good lead here. On the other hand, CCC looking to pick up another couple wickets before the break. Barbados now trail by less than 20.
"19 runs to be exact, and Joe Kim coming back into the attack, the left-arm spinner. 6 overs previously for 28 runs.
And your impressions of him?
Oh, I thought he actually was getting a little bit of grip. 6 overs probably doesn't give him enough time to get into any sort of rhythm. And I think he came on just before the luncheon interval as well. So not really given, not sure what reputation he has in the team setup. Graves is really the primary spinner in this CCC lineup. But we saw a couple of balls turn. We saw 1 or 2 bounce as well. So for me, that's enough to work with. That will keep the batters honest.
So the captain decides to put the long on right back on the boundary.
And understandably so. Jason Holder, renowned for hitting the ball straight and a long way. So I don't necessarily see those positions as defensive. You're saying to Jason Holder that if he's going to take on the boundary, then he has to be looking to hit a 6, and a good bit of running there on that occasion, getting the ball into the gap. Good understanding between the two. Just one or two mistakes being made by the CCC team in the field.
Long on is still back for chase. He likes to hit it straight as well. Likes to go over the top, Roston Chase.
You spoke earlier about the Barbados Pride looking to get a decent lead. And as I said before, I believe par score here is about 375. Now, if the Pride was able to get that, that would then be a fairly comfortable lead, just over 100. I believe that's the bare minimum, because I still think you can bat on this pitch. We've seen evidence of 1 or 2 balls staying down, which is understandable, that's natural. But I think that's really what they should be setting up their stalls to try and get a lead of excess of 100. So that is now the 56th over completed, 245 for 4.
Yeah, CCC 260, 81 overs and 1 ball, but at one stage looked as if they would have gotten comfortably over 300. They were 213 for 3, losing 7 wickets for 53 runs, thanks to the spin of the man who's batting now, Roston Chase. Had a good match so far. We spoke about Graves moments ago. He's into the attack now, Andy.
It's Romario Graves, 6 overs for 26 runs. Just at the back end of his spell, we felt that he was getting it just about right. He was getting the ball to spin a bit, but he's now opting to go around the wicket. So maybe he's not satisfied that he's getting enough spin, and he's looking to look to really run the ball across the right-hander with the odd delivery straightening. He's sort of asking the ball to do a bit more. A bit slippery there on that occasion. He's got a straightish mid-wicket and a regular mid-wicket for Chase. And Andrew's favorite shot, very well executed. And no real risk in that, because with the right arm bowler bowling around the wicket, it's going to be very difficult to gain any LBW decisions in your favor. And there's no real protection behind square on the offside. You see that one pitching on and would have gone on past the off stump. There's no protection to anyone there in the picture. So in terms of percentages, Andrew, good shot.
Very good shot indeed. He tries it again. Or did he? Not quite sure. Can you tell me?
Well, again, it's a premeditated shot, and the length was probably not accommodating such a shot. But you see what's happening already. The keeper thinks that he has to make even more adjustments. So what it has done is really just unsettle the field slightly.
You reckon you'll try it for the shot? He's gone over the top. Good authentic cricket shot. That's gone for, I believe, 6, confirmed by the umpire.
I suppose you may suggest that there's, on a percentage basis, it's more valuable to play the authentic shot. See, just using his feet, staying leg side of the ball because it's going across them. And I don't even think he got all of it, but he got enough. And that brings up the 250 for the Barbados Pride. 260 minutes.
And it's now pushed long off right back. So you've got long off and long on.
I think the key for Chase is really those fielders at mid-wicket.
Well, he's going to get another boundary. And you talked about the wicket. And he finds a piece of real estate in the mid-wicket area that's gone for another 4.
Well, I'm not sure how much the reverse sweep may have unsettled Graves, but he certainly wasn't allowed to settle in that over. Struck for 2 4s and a 6. And Roston Chase races up to 45 of just 38 deliveries. And he seems like a man on a mission.
Yeah. I think they're happy to have the spinners in operation here.
I suppose the CCC will be saying if you can get another wicket before the interval, with the batters obviously taking a chance or two, and they really need to break this partnership.
Oh, a fumble, and we'll get a second. Poor work by Marcus. Done it wide long on. The feeling has not been the best.
Absolutely no pressure on that occasion. You don't get fumbles here at Kensington Oval. It's, you know, it's like a carpet. Maybe guilty of just taking his eyes off the ball. But in the last half an hour or so, we've seen a few mistakes in the field from the CCC fielders. And the bowlers will tell you on a surface like this, you really want all the support you can get from the fielders.
So the scores are level now, 262 to CCC, Barbados 262 for 4. And again a fumble. Hakeem Jordan, who's normally pretty good in the field. Holder has a little word with Chase, maybe saying to him, look, just be careful.
Bit of encouragement to end the over. 262 for 4. Holder just lunging for that one. And a bit of spin there for Graves on that occasion, so probably wishing he could spin one between the gate as Holder reaches out.
Well, that's the lead for Barbados. Just before tea on the second day. They've got a strong foundation on which to build a huge advantage here. And he tried it again.
Maybe guilty of not getting quite low enough to the ground with that back knee.
Just about 5 minutes to go before tea. So 264 for 4. Barbados bat the entire session after the break and continue to score at this rate. They'll be looking for a lead of well over 100. If you can bat maybe up until well after tea tomorrow, maybe after lunch really tomorrow, with a lead of 150, 160. No doubt they will feel they've got a big advantage. On the other hand, CCC would want to deny them that. Would love to get a wicket just before the break. It's looking pretty easy now. No challenges for the batsmen. The spinners are on. Plenty of real estate in the offside between that short point and extra cover. Holder using this reach to great advantage here. Good cricket. Push away in the offside for 1.
Joachim gets through his overs very quickly, so there may be chance for another over after this. Some 36 overs minimum remaining in the day's play. And the Barbados Pride at the moment scoring at just at 4.5 runs and over. So if CCC is unable to pick up wickets, they really want to do something about that run rate.
Lucky again. Bit of a loose shot there from Roston Chase to end the over. 266 for 4. So this should be the last over before the break. My watch says 2:39. And Holder swings that with great authority. That's gone for 6.
No protection out in the deep at mid-wicket. They're the 2 fielders in the circle what we call the circle. They're just about 25, 30 yards from the bat, but no one in the deep. And they see Jason Holder with his long reach, just getting that front leg out of the way and clearing that boundary. So no real risk involved per se, as there's no one in the deep in that area. They're now making an adjustment, but whole pile of real estate up there, just those two fielders in the deep. And we see one coming out from square leg, deep square leg into forward square. Not the kind of shot you expected to see the over before the interval, but shows the confidence and the strength of position that the Barbados Pride find themselves.
Of course, Barbados' next match is against Trinidad Red Force, a game that I'm sure many will be looking in terms of who will come out on top. I'm looking forward to that game. Both teams have played pretty well. And 1, 2, 3, I think, is it 3 pitches to the left of this? Will it be the one that they're going to play on, Hendy?
Yes, 3 to the left of this, but starting from the east is pitch number 2.
Pitch number 2.
Yeah, has a nice covering of grass at the moment. And I suspect that the Barbados captain will be asking for a similar amount of grass to be left on it.
I would imagine.
On match day.
It's a very good last delivery there. But Holder's bat is as broad as Bridgetown, keeps it out. And the big man, the pride and joy of Barbados. Many people believe that he could win a seat anywhere in Barbados. He's so popular, along with Ruston Chase, who's got no ambitions in terms of politics. The two of them will come off with the Barbados side in a position of command here, 262 to CCC, and in response, Barbados at T on the second day of the Battle of Bridgetown, 274 for 4.
12 runs to the good at this point in time, and Barbados will be looking with some 35 overs remaining in the day's play after the interval, scoring at quite a healthy rate. One would think that CCC have got their challenges, first of all, to try and pick up some wickets, and secondly, as an alternative, another option, being able to stem that run flow. Those two batters there, they'll go and have a cup of tea or maybe a glass of lemonade, and we'll look to resume after the interval and to continue in the same vein. Ruston Chase in particular was very dominant in that partnership, and we saw glimpses from Jason Holder that we know he can play the big shot, but in the partnership so far he's been playing the support role. Was some success for the CCC in this post-lunch session, where they were able to pick up a few wickets, and just when you thought they were going to mount some sort of resistance, then we saw the brilliant batsmanship of young Kevin Wickham, and it was indeed a delight to watch. I'm sure some of the CCC fielders also enjoyed the stroke play.
Yeah, then he got out, might have been 4-1, kept a little bit low, and tremendous disappointment on his face, but he really deserved 100. But Barbados playing some wonderful shots all day. Lovely swing away through the onside through the wicket. Too short and punched away off the back foot through cover. Wickham was really doing very well. Again too short and punched away off the back foot, square the wickets. Jonathan Drakes, too full. Wickham drives through cover. Meat and drink for him. That's too straight. Another punch to the offside. He was getting closer and closer to his 100, and that was a wonderful on drive. And then a rasping cover drive for 4. And then the edge found, good bowling, and Holder celebrating. Wickham continuing, a bit of luck for him. The captain was not at his best. Another lovely drive through cover. Look at this. And unlucky Holder. And then disappointment for Wickham on 95 being bowled off stump. And Chase getting one in the leg stump, whipping it through that square leg area. Then a drive over the top with some disdain. And that went over the keeper's head, should have got the gloves to that. And then the reverse sweep. Henry Wallace's favourite shot. And then down the pitch. Lovely dance, and that's gone away. And then off the back foot, pulled away through the wicket. And Jason Holder, those long levers, swinging the ball over the wicket. And Barbados going to the break at 274 for 4 in response to 262 made by the CCC. They lead by 12 runs, and no doubt will want to bat for the entire last session and come back again tomorrow. Of course, on the other hand, CCC looking to pick up a couple of wickets in the afternoon. That's all conjecture. Watch reality is that at tea on the second day, 262 to CCC. Barbados 274 for 4. We're going to continue to have this train rolling from Kingston, Jamaica, right through to Bridgetown, Barbados. Don't you move a bustle. We're going to have a very special feature for you. There's a young man from Antigua called Joel Andrews. We're going to hear about the pride, the joy of that great country. And of course, we hope that he can go on to do wonderful things for the West Indies.
Because, you know, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 50 in ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, you know, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Azari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, you know, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional because, you know, that's something that stands out and something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old. We could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
2024, the year of Amir Jangu. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past, growing up in Trinidad. Who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who are some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jangu?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him at matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicate my game too, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. He had another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then I actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in the West Indies under 19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Al Zari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederica, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup, and that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Jangu pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket, celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list day 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I wanted to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list day 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. I saw it was Darren Sammy, and then he told me that I was selected, and he saw me batting at the list A level, and he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room, and I told them the news, and it was such a special moment for us, and something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
top.
Oh, Roti can be one, man.
What do you mean?
What you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No homo.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Harry, what's your lock screen there? Jayden, what's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jayden Seales as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jayden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
Yeah, it's crazy, man, because me and Jayden were really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me, and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad and looked at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Nearly. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. Started here 13 So I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rowe's Kensington, you would see more people than you get for
So the CCC team in a huddle with lots to do in the afternoon. Barbados in a very strong position, 274 for 4, with two very experienced cricketers at the crease in former Barbados and West Indies captain Jason Holder and Roston Chase, who has really batted with tremendous enterprise, 48 from 48 balls. Holder 24 from 35, and no doubt we'll be hoping to bat, as they say, until the cows come home, and put Barbados in a position of command by the end of the second day's play. It's been a good day for them. The disappointment in that young Kevin Wickham, one that many people believe will eventually go on to play for the West Indies, got to 95 and then went back when he should have been forward. The ball kept, as the old-time commentators would say, a trifle low, and he lost his off stump. That has been the disappointment for the Barbados team, but otherwise, in their own backyard, they've done very well and would want to stretch that lead from 12 to maybe more than 112. Good afternoon, I'm Andrew Mason, and we're into the final session on the second day. The game has gone at a frenetic pace because when you consider that CCC made 262, Barbados in front by 12 runs, and we are only into the final session on the second day. So lots of time. Barbados scoring at a healthy rate of 4.49. So the left arm spinner will continue. David Joachim, who just thereabouts, doesn't seem to get a great deal of purchase. Good tumbling save by the captain, who's been in the wars. Well, that kept low. One that dismissed Wickham kept a bit low. Should have been forward. CCC will be looking to just get wickets. I mean, that will be the order of the day for them. Pitch is very flat. Still can't pierce the field. The first over, a maiden. There were a couple of bad deliveries bowled in that over. 274 for 4. So with that single, Roston Chase, who had one or two challenges when he faced up to Shamar Holt at the start of his innings, is on 49 now. Not out, says the umpire. Certainly a very big appeal for a catch at the wicket. Richards thought he had his man. Very casual in his approach there. Jason Holder, umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. saying not out. But a pretty convincing appeal by the keeper. Now Holder will get a boundary. Dragging the ball from outside the land of the off stump through square leg. Well played, Jason Holder. Yeah, taking that ball from outside the land of the off stump and getting it through square leg. Mind you, there's protection on the boundary. In fact, square leg now goes out and Shamar Holder. There's also a wicket on the boundary. So a very defensive field, as you would expect. Long off, long on, backward point on the boundary. So Barbados' lead stretches to 18. It's 280 for the loss of 4. That's the 50 for Roston Chase. So he was good with the ball, now good with the bat. Well done. Raising the bat to the acknowledgement of his management team, fellow players, and the gathering of spectators here at the region's Mecca. Very good performance by Roston Chase. So another over coming to an end to 82 for 4. We'll look for the second there. A little paddle by hold up. Getting very easy for Barbados here. Holder goes with him. Those long levers, high over wide long arm, that's going for the maximum. Chance for catch. Catch taken. Holder departs. Much needed success for the CCC. And in the end, a gift of a wicket, really, against the run of play. Holder departs. Yeah, big swing by Holder. Payne maybe slightly across it. Good catch taken by Marcus. And as I said, really came against the run of play. It's actually taken by Shamar Holder. Now, the Barbados keeper comes to fill the breach. The Nico Boucher, who's had a couple of half centuries. And as a free scoring batsman, if he stays around to the end of the day's play, I can assure you Barbados would have a pretty decent lead. He doesn't muck about. But just about the time when the CCC looking pretty flat, they got a wicket. And the differential is just 29. 5 wickets to go. So this session is going to be important. If Barbados can survive this session, one would think the lead will be over 100 by the end of the day. Conversely, if the CCC can slice through the lower order, they could reduce it to maybe around 75. Also going to be interested to see how Chase approach this with the departure of Jason Holder. So young Boucher gets off the mark. Barbados 293 for 5. That's a gift and it has been accepted. Over wide long on. Full toss put away by Boucher. Yeah, not a good delivery at all. We'll be looking for second here. So the 300 is up on the board for Barbados. Scoring at a very good clip, 67 overs and 4 balls. Will really want to push on and get a lead of well over 100 here. Oh, that's gone through cover. Poor work again. And a chance to pull it back just inside the boundary. Good work by Marcus on the boundary. Extra cover, not being able to pick it up. Good run in. Very good run in indeed. Mid-wicket had to move a long way across to the right. Boucher's calling was positive. So that lead building all the time now for Barbados. Yeah, there's so many singles on offer here. Long off, long on. Back rapport on the boundary. Mid-wicket on the boundary. So 306 for 5. Highlight, of course, that brilliant 95 made by Kevin Wickham. I wonder what's going through his mind now. I mean, he was so close to making that 100. So 70 overs bowled, and Barbados 307 for the loss of 5, with 26 overs left in the day's play. Barbados cap would be pretty happy. Captain Craig Brathwaite on his computer, and the management team very much there, planning strategy. The rate is good, 4.39. Now that's the paddle again. More runs, 4 more. He's played that shot so very well, Roston Chase. Yeah. He's been successful with it. So that lead building all the time. Keep your eyes on it. It's now 49. Well, when it doesn't come off, it looks pretty ugly. There's so much danger in the shot. I know it's been used a lot in white ball cricket, but I sometimes cringe when I see it played. And we've seen several batsmen get out with it. Look at the World Cup, that big game played at Kensington Oval. The captain of England getting out with a reverse sweep. Yeah, we'll look for a second there comfortably. The line is not good at all. Just on side of landed leg stump. Easy pickings, really. Yeah, that scoreboard looks pretty good for Barbados. 314 for 5. Wickham at the top. Batting at 4, 95. Chase is 63, is batted with a lot of enterprise. So the lead is over 50 now for Barbados. Another solid batting performance. Yeah, this is good batting, very good batting indeed. Beautiful stroke play all day. Runs are flowing at Kensington Oval. Wow. Now, how do you describe that? How do you describe that? Wow. I mean, is it so hard? Is it so hard? I wonder what Mr. Boucher would think about that. Yeah, big edge, catch taken. Not getting close enough to it, Boucher. And celebration for CCC. Roland Butcher, 319 for 6, 57 is the lead. This period of cricket, I think, between now and the end is going to be important as the all-rounder Matthew Ford comes to the crease. Barbados would love to get at least 100. But on the other hand, CCC looking to gradually get him on the wickets.
Lead is okay. It's not significant. I think Roston Chase, holds the key. Really, his attacking style of play. Well, I thought this left arm. I thought he's bowled pretty well today. Actually, he's early on. He got the ball to spin more than anyone else. So his figures are 2 for 57, so he's done well now. Judging 15 overs, so he's Holder quite expensive. So is Jordan.
Yeah, I'm sure that Roston Chase will be hoping that the low order will stay with him. If he bats to the end of the day, there are another 24 overs remaining in the day's play. Barbados should be in a pretty strong position. But last 2 wickets going against the run of play. First Holder just gifted this wicket really. It was almost like a practice shot as if he had enough. And then Boucher not getting to the pitch of the ball, loose drive, caught it slip. Credit to CCC for hanging on in there. Is he gone? He is. Good catch taken by Powell.
It may well be a lucky catch, Andrew. I think it might have hit him on the leg and then popped back up in the air. So initially the slip fielder was going across to his right, Ford will think he's unlucky, but CCC won't mind. Yeah, definitely. He's Slipfielder very fortunate there. The ball hit him around the midriff area and just lobbed up. Clutched it with both hands. So a good breakthrough. If they can dismiss these last 3 batters quite cheaply, then at least they stay in the game.
Yeah, you're right. And I'd say half an hour ago it didn't look that way, but cricket is a funny old game. The lead is not big. And Roston Chase now is going to have a chat with Kemar Roach, who can bat a bit. I would think he would be saying to him, look, we've lost a couple of wickets needlessly. Let's wheel and come again. Let's steady things, work the ball around, carry the lead from 60 to 70, then 80. Small steps, then to 100. CCC will be thinking otherwise. No, I want to continue to slice through the lower order, get into the last 9-10 jack, as they say, and bowl Barbados out with a lead of maybe under 75.
I think Roach, once he stays positive, he'll be okay. Don't want him to go into the shell and just try to defend every ball. When there's the scoring opportunity, I think he needs to take it.
I doubt whether Chase will play the reverse sweep now. Then again, you never know what to expect. A lot of time left in this match. It's going at a frenetic pace. CCC coming back into the match. Barbados losing its way, 320 for 7.
Yeah, Roach and Roston Chase having a good game. Picked up 5 wickets with his off spin. Now he's leading the charge here, 69 not out. So good return to the team.
So Warkan and Simmons to come. Warkan, hero with the bat and ball in Pakistan. Well, he beats him. He's bowled well. Probing outside the off stump. Picking up 2 wickets with his left arm spin. That's too short. That's too short. That's put away by Roston Chase through the wicket.
Yeah, too flat, too short. No turn on that delivery, and Roston Chase not going to miss out in this sort of form.
Yeah, too short. And just pulp through the wicket. Does he remind you of anyone? Left arm spinner? Anyone?
very wrong armish, isn't he? He's not a,
Yep.
he's a bit of a
There we
snake.
go. Wrong arm.
But when he gets it right, it's quite effective.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah. Can bowl some darts as well. That was one. That was almost like a Derek Underwood kind of a delivery. Well, he gets away with it. That little paddle. Runs for Barbados. These are important runs. The keeper's after it. Chase will come back for the second. So another over comes to an end. 3:26 for 7.
Yes, and Chase. He'll be hoping these last few batsmen hang in there so that he can get the 3 figures. In doing that, he would have helped Barbados to a sizable lead.
The veteran gets off the mark. Kemar Roach can bat. Some people say he's got a very good defense. Very organized batsman. Now Roston Chase will be thinking about 100 here, I would think. He's got what, 75. Wickham didn't get quite to the promised land. He made 95. We'll look for second here, and no. Good work by Marcus to come across from that long off area. Got to the ball quickly. He's an athlete, Marcus. Chase took the first one quickly and was looking for the second. Romero Graves electing to bowl round the wicket. So good steady over coming from the off-spinner Graves. 3:28 for 7. Yep. Brathwaite getting a start today, didn't go on. Loose shot. McCaskey's got to watch his cricket. Another loose shot from him. Drake's flirted outside the off stump, and Wickham was unlucky. Should have been forward, back, ball kept a bit low. Got to 95. That man on your screen is the key man here. He's got the ability to really bat for quite a long time. He's been good. He wasn't all that good at the start of his innings. He found Holder probing away, but he settled quite nicely. And no real problems with the spinners. Yeah, there's that gap between backward point and extra cover, and he finds it. There's so many singles there to be taken. A bit surprised that the captain hasn't made the adjustments with the two batsmen in Roach. Surely you've got to just bring the field in, cut out those singles. I may even look at putting someone round the bat. But it's a very defensive field here. Now there's a second slip. And a backward point. Extra cover. And cover all save in one. Roach missed out on that. Foolish delivery. Coming from the bottom of the bat. Joachim seems to be the type that will bowl a whole day, probing away on top of that off stump. Good runs. That's going to go out towards the boundary, and we'll get there. That was hit with a lot of power. Mind you, the field that Midon got his hand to it was hit so hard that it was still over, go over that rope, encircling the ground. That's gone for 4. Good firm shot by Kemar Roach.
Yeah, nice drive by Roach, straight down the ground. Fielder just parried it away.
Lead stretches to 71. Barbados will love to get it to 100 at least. Lucky to get away with that short ball. Long hop. Over comes to an end. Barbados 333 for 7. So Romero Graves to continue. So 334 for 7. The absorbing day of cricket. Barbados started the morning at 29 without loss. I suppose overall they'll be happy-ish, if one can describe it like this. Although there were certain periods when you thought that Barbados would have blown the game wide open. But then Holder got out almost like a meek surrender. Boucher was loose. And Ford was cheeky. Elected to go back to that, trusting the pitch. Could have been forward there. That's gone through. Runs for Barbados. We'll look for a third here. Just get two. Had they been aggressive in the running, they might have gotten three. But of course, Kemar Roach is the non-striker. And not the youngest anymore, not the fastest. That would have been considered.
Yes, Andrew, CCC just haven't been the best in the field. They've been some very ordinary misfields, and that was one of them. A lot of work to be done there.
Maybe you should come with a retirement and help them, having been director of sports for about 25 years up at UWI.
Did you say 25 years, Andrew?
Not quite, 24 and a half.
Yeah, I think they've got enough helpers right now.
Well, he was looking to play the reverse sweep and then change the shot. That is interesting.
Yeah, I think he probably is looking for the little dink sweep. Then realizing the ball was a little bit straight and perhaps off stump and outside. But still good enough to adjust and
Roach right after that. Cross-batted. Luckily for him, it was on the ground. And he rehearses the shot again. Roach seems to be in a hurry. 3:37 for 7.
yeah, Roach looking to put a bit of bottom hand into that. Just tugged it from middle and off.
So, Ramar Graves will continue. The start is 18th over. I think since the departure of Holder, Boucher and Ford, Chase has been more watchful, more calculated here. Just waiting for those types of deliveries to score from. Too short. That's what you got to do. Just wait for those bad balls to come along, put them away, pick up the singles, work the ball around. The bad balls will come. And the forward short leg is now employed by Graves, bowling to Roach. See enough for Roach to know that he's not bothered by that. So there are now 17 overs left in the day's play. Barbados 338 for 7.
Roston Chase certainly eyeing that century.
Clearly a different batsman since the departure of Holder, Boucher and Ford. Just waiting for the bad ball to come along. And conscious too that he's pretty close to his 100. 28 away. Well, he drives the way through the offside. That's going to go out to the boundary and we'll get there. 2 extra cover. 4 more.
Yeah, nicely played by Roston Chase. He's been severe with anything that's loose. Yeah, good use of the feet and perfect placement.
It's gone over the top. That's gone. Very well played indeed. Did it go over the boundary? The umpire's checking once. He's checking twice. He's asking. Now the signal goes. A 6 to Roston Chase.
Terrific striking, Roston Chase. I don't think he was to the pitch of that, but having decided to come down the wicket, he was committed. There he goes. He's committed. It's wide. It's quite an extraordinary shot, actually.
Extraordinary indeed. So, Chase, and at 100, he's got 92. Barbados 348 for 7. So Barbados' lead stretching to 86. And Roston Chase just 8 away. Wickham got to 95. Hello, Hendy Wallace, who rejoins me. How do you read it now? 348 for 7.
Yeah, hi there, Andrew. Yeah, it's a very commanding position for the Barbados Pride. I still think they want to get that lead probably up to another 70 runs at least. Kemar Roach just performing the role here now with a frontline batsman at the crease. That's really all he has to do to keep the ball out. Maybe the odd occasion when the opportunity presents itself to rotate the strike, but no real pressure on Roach at the moment. Not sure exactly how Graves is trying to attack Roach, because really that's what it should be. You can see that he's ultra defensive, and I don't see this as an attacking option. He's got the forward short leg in place, but I think he's probably trying more to run him to slip. All pat on that occasion. We'll say it's a news flash, Andrew, but he's got a bit of turn.
Yeah, just a wee bit. That one was through a pipe like Maurice Foster when he bowled at Kensington Oval to Peter Lashley and ran him to slip. Someday I'll tell you about that story. Time for drinks. So the players have refreshed themselves, and Shamar Holder's back in the attack. Ball into someone that he presented a problem or two to, but now he comes back with a new ball. So this is going to be very important. There are 15 overs left in the day's play. Once the new ball due, it has been taken.
And understandably so. I don't think the spinners were able to really stem the run rate too much. It's still a healthy 4.3 runs per over. So I think that is an attacking option to get the new ball back into the hands of Shamar Holder, and I imagine it will be Akeem Jordan from the other end.
First ball is short, and it's put away for 6. What a way to start with a second new ball. Roston chased on the money, and he goes to 98.
Aggression met with aggression. 350 comes up for Barbados with that 6. And that one banged into the pitch, and he really got himself right in line with it and was fully committed to the shot. That man trying to take the catch is substitute. But talk about authority.
Yep. Now what will happen here? Would he go for another short ball? Chase is 98.
I would have been keen to give him another one, Andrew. See if he's prepared to take it on at 98. They're 2 men back for the short ball. But what an innings by Roston Chase to follow up his 5-wicket haul in the first innings. Really making a statement as an international all-rounder.
Yes, been a very good knock. Laced with some wonderful stroke play. Thought of the single. The mid-off had to come across to the left, cover to the right. Decided against it. The ball travelled quickly. Wickham got to 95, played back and was bowled with one that kept a bit low. On that occasion, Chase was firmly on the front foot. And that's his 100. Tremendous authority. Threw it on. And Roston Chase at the Regent's Mecca. Brilliant. Excellent. Superb. And quite appropriately from the Scarfield Sobers Pavilion, they're celebrating his work of art.
You get the impression he enjoyed it. And it was just not to come and have a run out in this series of matches. These international players really wanted to come back and make a contribution, and Roston Chase has really done an outstanding job, first of all with the ball in the combined campuses and colleges innings, and now making a real statement with the bat, showing the other batters how you go on to make the 3 figures.
Indeed. And now he plays a naughty shot. Wouldn't want to give it away now. Big gap between bat and pad when he played that. That could have been edge to the keeper. But a very good knock. It was a 6. He hit over extra cover to the left arm spinner. Don't often see that. And to get the 100 with a firm on drive wide of mid-on. That's too wide. That's gone for 4 wides. Keeper in trouble. First tip in trouble. The boundary in trouble as well. And the fast bowler is all over the place like a calypsonian in Barbados called Punka. That was wild.
Yeah, very difficult take there for the keeper. It started wide, and I think what made it even more difficult was the fact that the ball swung after it passed the stumps. So the keeper had absolutely no chance. I think it went between the first slip and the second slip. And I suppose that Holder reckons that Chase is on the go and he will just go after anything. And maybe just starting that wide line to go away from Chase, probably to bring the slips into play.
Past the keeper, more runs, another boundary to Barbados. The runs are flowing. Leg by signal by the umpire. The new ball is producing a lot of runs.
Yeah, I saw the umpire having a close look at it. I was just wondering if that took the glove of Chase or if it clipped him on the thigh pad. The leg buys were signaled. Yeah, it looked as if it hit the pad down the leg side. So, yeah, leg buys were signaled by the umpire, but expensive over.
So you haven't seen it. The umpire got it right, Hendy?
Yes, he did.
I can say that again. He got it right. Umpire Raj Kumar, fellow Wallace's friend there in Trinidad. Fellow says he knows him very well. It's very stately. So the lead is over 100 now, 105. More runs for Barbados. That will go to the boundary. What a lovely shot again by Roston Chase. Call the fire truck.
Full length delivery and the extra cover drive. There's a man sweeping on the boundary, but he just lost the battle at the very end. Very expensive, over 22 runs coming off that over from Shamar Holder. And with all those runs, it brought up the 50-run partnership between Chase and Roach. Roach has contributed 5, but he will tell you that's not the important thing. The 51 runs coming off just 57 deliveries. Chase's contribution, 38 in that partnership. So CCC just has to be very careful here that things don't get away and get out of hand. They're already behind by 109 runs. And with Chase in this move with the second new ball, where you expect the ball to come off the bat, but there's always a chance of getting the wicket. But if the batting side gets away from it, suddenly the lead could be 200 before you realize it.
So Marcus will take it up instead of Jordan. A bit more pace. Surprised that Marcus is bowling?
Yeah, definitely so, because I believe that Jordan's strength is with the new ball. Yeah, where he's getting assistance. They may look at it from the point of view that there's a bit more pace from Jordan. I don't know, maybe that's just to unsettle Roach, because I don't think the pace will make that much of a difference to Roston Chase at this point in time. Well set after 112 deliveries. My choice would have been Jordan, but let's see how Marcus goes.
It's 2 straight. Oh. Roach gets a single down to fine leg. But another important part is a 52. In fact, Barbados lost wickets quickly. Holder then followed by Boucher. Quickly after that, Ford. But these two have done a good job. And importantly, stretching the lead. Henry Wallace talked about maybe 151.75. Work on to come. He reckons he's a big batsman, having done so well in Pakistan. Edge found. Through the gap, 4 more.
Moral victory for the bowler, but that's no good to him at this stage. There's a bit of pace. You see Chase there suggesting to Roach that this kid is getting a little bit of zip off the pitch. He was done a bit for pace there as well, maybe in a tad of movement as well, but there was Chase going really hard. And I think that one just left him slightly, fortunately for Chase and the Barbados pride, just get into that gap between second and third slip, or second slip and gully rather.
It's got a bit of pace, quickish. No ball called by umpire Leslie Reefer Jr., Leslie Reefer Sr., former Barbados cricketer and now a selector. As I said, I first saw Marcus last year playing for UWI against Wanderers up at Darrell's Road, just in the outskirts of the nation's capital, close to the Garrison Savannah, which hosted the Gold Cup last week, in case you're wondering. And boy, he bowled a couple of deliveries. He was pretty sharp with the bouncers, Marcus.
And so far, not quite getting his line right. He's already infringed on the popping crease. And he's up against a rampant Roston Chase, who seems to me to be playing a shot of ball at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I just begin to wonder if he thinks now, look, I've got a lead of 115, let me just go after it. Yeah, shot of ball. You're bang on that. So you'll invite danger, risk. No, that's not any good at all. That's not any good at all. And spanked away through cover. That's gone for 6. What a magnificent shot by Chase.
We did say this is a danger with the new ball. And I didn't think that even although Marcus has a little bit more pace, I didn't think it was the sort of pace to worry Chase. And you can see why. That's short. It was a long hop, really. And Chase not even worrying about getting into any sort of a position. He's quite tall and has got tremendous reach. He just flat batted it over cover. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, but on the point boundary, but it was well away from him and over the rope.
Not often that you see that kind of a shot. More in T20 cricket. The runs are really flowing. I think he now has the license to kill, as they say. Reckons it, look. I think that's the song, really. 116 for 117 balls. Started slowly. 383 for 7. And found a good partner in Kemar Roach, the veteran, who just stayed with him. That's all you got to do. Didn't time that very well. Another expensive over. 2 overs with the new ball gone. And already Barbados rushing up to 383 for 7. And you know what? Chase has decided to change the bat. Interesting.
Yeah, that one got a fair bit of punishment. so he's going to try this one now. The first over with the second new ball went for 22 runs, and the second over went for 12 runs. So just as we said with the new ball, there is always that possibility that it will really come off the bat much quicker and can accelerate the run rate. And when the new ball was taken, the run rate was at 4.3, and it has quickly moved up to 4.6. So just to give you an indication as to how quickly things can change in the space of 2 overs. Well populated slip cordon there for Kemar Roach on strike now. So I like that. I like to see the captain still looking at it in the attacking mode. It probably might be useful to just bring in a short leg for Roach as well, and then maybe target the body a bit. But Shamar Holder certainly getting some movement consistently. He's probably struggled not to have a consistent line to make that away movement more effective. You got the wicket of McCaskey, but I dare say it hasn't been consistent enough. Well, that's a good one. That was a good one. And Roach will be absolutely delighted that he didn't make any contact. He made every attempt to play, but he was comprehensively beaten.
It would be fantastic if Shamar Holder can come back and get wickets and get back into the brew again. He looked so impressive when he started. Another good delivery.
And I think that's what is the CCC captain will be asking for Holder to string together a number of probing deliveries. What we've seen, certainly in the last over from Marcus, was that it was a little bit erratic. So one was on the money, and then more deliveries were off target than on target. This is a much better over so far. Slightly different challenge, I must admit, Kemar Roach, at this stage as opposed to Roston Chase.
That was on the stumps, but Chase was capable. Roach, I beg your pardon. Maybe Chase would hit that away, and Roach just pushed it into the offside. And he is an experienced campaigner. He knows that, look, I just have to give support to Roston Chase.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to score. Just keep it out and admire it from the non-strikers end whenever Chase is on strike. Interesting stuff. So we spoke about the stock delivery from Shamar Holder going away from the right-handed batsman. That last delivery really swung in appreciably. So showing his skills. Yeah, he's just showing what he's capable of doing. Not that there was ever any doubt, to be quite honest.
That's a good start by the captain, who has not been at his best. Diving away to his right at mid-on. Had that gone past him, might have had the legs to get to the boundary. Barbados, with visions of making over 400, is 384 for 7.
A little bit of a reprieve here for Marcus because he's got Kemar Roach on strike. So he'll be looking to attack as well. There's a chance of a catch, and it's comfortably taken. So reward for Marcus. Banging that one in short. And there was Roach, maybe getting himself into a bit of a tangle. Didn't quite get into position. And in the end, top edge and the catch just comfortably taken there with the fielder running back from the slip position. Well, Kemar Roach will reckon he's done his job. He'd be disappointed getting out at this stage. But again, shortage of delivery. Actually, maybe he was expected to be a lot shorter. It took the toe end of the bat, so it wasn't even a top edge, the toe end of the bat, and the fielder just running around from slip to take a comfortable catch. I think he may have been expecting the short ball or for that delivery to bounce a little bit higher than it did. So another wicket for Calvin Marcus, his second wicket. And it brings to the crease Jomel Warrican. Warwican, who can handle the bat. He played a couple of cameos in Pakistan in a low-scoring encounter, or low-scoring encounters, that proved to be more than valuable in the end. What will Marcus offer up to him to start? Well, that was a shot of a man who is on 116.
Make that 117. You're run short, Hendy. Yeah. Barbados, of course, want to get to 400. Of course, their bonus points in terms of batting. That's something that would occupy their attention, I would imagine. Marcus has picked up 2 for 49. Overall, how's he gone, Hendy?
Okay, he's bowled with purpose. A little bit erratic at times, but he's bowled with purpose, and there's something to work with as far as I'm concerned.
He's, 27 years old now. Told me up at Wonders he wants to play for the West Indies. Well, Workin gets off the mark. Ball banged into the pitch. I told him I'll speak to Darren and Sammy. But before I do that, I'll speak to the talent scouts, and the chief, of course, is someone who's been watching the stream all day, Jamal Smith. I almost said Jamal Slocum, but he's the consultant. Hello, Jamal Slocum. Hope you're watching the action. Of course, I know that Dr. Shallow watches quite a bit. And Miles Bascom has got to watch all the time. He's the man in the hot seat. That's too wide. And that's punched away. And it's gone for 4. Poran making a mess of that. The fielding today has not been good at all by CCC.
Poor delivery and poor fielding. I think that's a shot that Warwican was attempting. So that's the way you that's the way you play it when you're 116. Short and wide, and Chase just about got back onto it. And the fielder in the sweeper's position there to save the boundary made an absolute meal of it.
Didn't lose his brand name Shades in the process. Another drive. He should stop this. He does, yeah. Newsflash.
Ironic cheer from the crowd.
The huge crowd that is gathered at Kensington. Of course, just was one stand open, the 3W's stand. Did you get a chance to go down to see how many patrons are here?
Not as yet, but I heard that they were quite vociferous. I don't know if that represents the numbers, but
just need 2 or 3 men to shout. Say, man, you can't bat, man. Bajan Paralands for you. Well, he's a lucky man. We'll get 1. We'll possibly get a second here. These are important runs for Barbados. The lead stretches all the time. Score's gone to 390 for 8. Over comes to an end. And Barbados 392 now for 8. Yes. Can we count them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Just have to go across a bit. I'm sure there are more. Maybe the thousands we can't see.
Well, that group there, you've got the chairman of selectors.
Yes. In yellow.
Board director and senator.
Yeah.
Gregory Nichols. And I think I saw Warwican's dad is there as well.
Yeah, Professor Warwican.
Oh, there's the crowd now.
There's the crowd now. Well done. Yep. I think more will come tomorrow. It's free. So come and watch the cricket.
Yeah, we like to say complimentary as opposed to free.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, free can be a frightening word.
Yeah.
You always think there's a catch.
Yeah, there's a catch. You're right. So holder to continue. Looking for another scalp.
Well, he's got 3 men in the deep now for Roston Chase. I think Chase was really shaping to hit that one somewhere over the Greenwich and Haynes stand, but didn't quite get it right. And you saw his frustration because it was right in the slot, aiming, angling down the leg side, and just see him rehearsing the shot there at the non-striker's end. Maybe suggesting too, from the way he rehearsed that shot, that his chin probably went up a little bit too soon.
So Jamal Warken being watched by his dad, Professor Warken, specialist in education up at the UWI, born in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In fact, Warken was born in St. Vincent until he came to Barbados when he was 12. But he speaks like a Bajan. You didn't think he would, when you hear him talk, very quiet. Good, sure to have his dad watch him play.
Well, you know, it only takes about 6 months to adapt the Bajan accent, so.
6? I thought it was a 5.
He certainly honed his skills here in Barbados at the Combermere School. Of course, the same school as Roston Chase.
And the captain. And of course, in fact, there are quite a few of them in the side. Boucher and Drakes. It's going down the leg side.
Well, what we've seen from Shamar Holder here is certainly what he's capable of doing. So we're seeing the full repertoire from him, the away swing, the in swing, and the short ball. And I think he'd be delighted to have got these overs in his legs into his 18th over now. Tad expensive.
Yeah, but I'm really happy to see him play. Would love him to really get back to where he was 2 years ago.
Ambitious there from Warwick. Again, probably looking more where he wanted to hit it as opposed to looking at it to hit it. He obviously didn't get the memo from Kemar Roach. Just one run off the over. Plenty of action, but nothing to show. 393, I beg your pardon, for 8.
So more protection for Marcus in that there's a backward point and now a cover on the boundary. Wide long off, deep mid on.
It was interesting there. Marcus just pulled up very quickly indeed. I'm just wondering if it was the attempt by Roston Chase that threw him there. Chase was positioning himself to play a reverse lap. And
yeah.
Marcus was like, what is going on?
I saw that. And he just stopped. He froze. Now let's see if Chase will really attempt that.
Well, he's looking around the field, and even although he's got those sweepers, that's a relatively short boundary. It's a chance for a catch, and it's caught right on the boundary. Chase looking to go. As I said, it's a short boundary, so he had maybe intentions of going all the way over trying to hit it for 6. Didn't quite get the elevation. The fielder was precisely placed for that sort of stroke play. And the end of an absolutely brilliant knock from Roston Chase. 122 of just 122 deliveries. The strike rate that Barbados Pride needed and wanted, a perfect strike rate of 100, with 14 4s and 4 6s. Deserves all the applause that he's receiving.
Yeah, brilliant knock. Yeah, big drive. Position of the cover boundary. And easy catch to Jordan out there. Yeah, kept his eyes on it in front of the Greenwich Lane stand. So the last wicket. Ramon Simmons comes out to do battle. Barbados a 393 for 9. Sure they'd love to get to at least 400 here. In fact, another after this 8 overs left, so we very well see the third innings of this match starting on day 2. Wow, game has gone at the pace of Usain Bolt.
And on a good pitch. So that's the other thing. So I think the Barbados Pride contributed to that quite a bit with the excellent run rate of 4.6 runs, which really started with the opening partnership, and it's really been consistent all the way through. So Marcus should really see this as an opportunity to wrap up the tail. Wouldn't want to waste any deliveries, and he should be really looking to hone in straight at those stumps, full, straight and fast, and be able to end up as the most successful bowler for the innings. I'm not sure that came out right. He's just looking at his hands on the way back. May have just slipped slightly. And in the process, umpire just was more the batters, both running on the pitch. You talk about the bowlers running on the pitch, but the hawk eye of the umpires are always mindful that the batters as well can do damage, because now they're backed in these spikes. The front part of the shoes have spikes for maximum grip. So when they run down the middle of the pitch, the umpire is every right to warn them. And just reward for Marcus to pick up his 3rd wicket. I think he's been the pick of the bowlers for the CCC today. He was probably not one of the, at the start, you would not have highlighted him as one of the main bowlers. You would say that he was more of a support act. But I think when you look at his contribution throughout the day, the spells that he's bowled, he probably has been the pick of the bowlers.
That's going to be on. That's going to go for 4. And he played it quite well, Warkan.
You know, Warkan is better than a number 9 or a number 10 even, and not a great deal. He got the legs out of the way. A nice finish, but no real foot movement. But the eye-hand coordination was enough.
So very attacking field, 4 slips. So that's gone out towards the boundary, and we'll get there. And what a way to bring up the 400 for Barbados, down to backward square. This has been a very good performance by the Barbados Pride.
And no surprise that the applause coming from the dressing room. They appreciated those 2 last shots from Jamel Warrican, because with 9 wickets down, they just took them over the 400 mark. Short delivery. I'm not so sure he played it with all that conviction, but the end result is just what he wanted.
It's not the shot you'd invite the schoolboy to see. Lead is 140. Marcus is getting aggressive. And he followed him with that to end the over. Barbados 402 for 9.
So scorecard looking quite healthy there. Everybody getting into double figures except for Matthew Ford and Kemar Roach. But the business end of the innings, you see that middle order there with Kevin Wickham making 95. He'd be disappointed not to get over the line for the century. But contributions all the way down, as you would expect, with a total of 409 and a very healthy run rate of just over 4.5 runs and over. Expansive drive there from Simmons. No real pressure at this stage, and I won't be surprised if the captain decides that 150 is enough and maybe just get 4 or 5 overs at the CCC. This will be a very uncomfortable period for them, having been in the field all day chasing leather. That came off his arm. Match referee may just have a word with Simmons to say you don't need to show the opposition where it hit. Match referees can be a little sensitive.
Yep, very sensitive indeed. So the Barbados camp looking pretty happy. Has gone past the keeper. More runs. Another boundary. Runs are leaking from this second new ball.
I don't think my friend the umpire is too sure if it made any contact to the batter. And in the end, he signaled byes. So 4 byes. The keeper not quite getting across. It's down the leg side. There was Simmons shaping to swing it down the leg side. The keeper with tumbling attempt. There was some sort of deviation after the ball had passed the batter. Well, Simmons is on 1 so far. He's played a shot every ball. He hasn't made any significant contact. But he has a license here now, just to throw the bat.
Yep.
And Holder will want to get rid of him because he probably said he's took his place.
Yeah. It doesn't look very much like a batsman. Can't get bat on the ball. Looks as if he's batted with a cuckoo stick or a needle. And now Warren will come down to have a word with him, not get it into line, just wafted outside the off stump.
Oh, with 5 deliveries gone in the over, if there's no real signal coming from the dressing room that they're going to come off, Warren may just say to him, just hang in there, let me do the batting.
1 ball is left in the over. And again, can't get bat on the ball, beaten outside the off stump, but he survives. That's the important thing. 406 for the loss of 9. So Roston Chase in front with his feet up. And when you make 100, get some water and look forward to this evening. You know that the Barbados Cricket Association will be hosting both teams in the President's Suite. It's a tradition here to have a munch So he takes the single off the first ball and it will expose Simmons. I suppose he's got great confidence in Simmons' ability to battle here.
And we just saw a shot of the Barbados dressing room. You're looking very relaxed there. Jason Holder still in his warm-up gear. The wicket keeper looks to be comfortable, so no real sign there for declaration, doesn't look like. And Simmons has finally made contact. That's what he was trying to do on the previous 8 attempts. And finally getting it into the middle, and it seems to be so appreciated by his teammates.
Yeah, got batted. It was wide, latched onto it, through cover for 4. Marcus has got an aggressive feel. That reminds you of the days with Michael Holden, Patrick Patterson, Malcolm Marshall. Look at this. What an aggressive feel. 4 slips.
We spoke about Chase playing a shorter ball. I think that Simmons is doing the same thing, not with the same anywhere near the level of success, but at least the intent is there.
Very much so, no question about it. Wow! That's Simmons for you. That's Simmons for you. A huge hit. Where did that come from?
Happy hour, that's all we can call it. A bit of fun for the tail enders. Thoroughly enjoyed by his teammates there. How he dragged it from way outside the off stump, but made excellent contact and going all the way. I'm sorry, but at this stage of the innings, a fast bowler with a newish ball with number 11 at the crease, it's got to be at his head or his toes.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now let's see if Marcus heard you. Simmons is into double figures.
After this, Simmons will be looking for promotion because he too has gone into double figures. So again, it's only Roach and Ford. Well, Warkan is 12 as well. So he might be having a word with his captain to say, oh, maybe I deserve a promotion.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty well. In fact, as a result of his bowling in the matches he played, he was able to hang on to his place with the big guns coming back into the Barbados team. He's gone over the top of it off. That's a good meaty shot for 4. They're enjoying this at Kensington Oval.
Really just spoiling the figures of Marcus just when I was giving him the kudos as possibly the pick of the bowlers today. Gone a bit ragged there in his last couple of overs, firstly by Chase and now Simmons of all people taking him apart. 421 for 9. The lead now up to 150.
Yeah, lots of power. Just outside the off stump. Good swing of the bat. Thumping shot over mid-off for 4. But he's gone to 15 from 12. Playing a shorter ball. He's actually done better than Warwick. He'll make a case to his captain. Look, I more runs than Warwick and I'll bat ahead of him. So
So CCC probably forced to be in a one-day mode now in terms of defensive fields. So we've got the two sweepers either side square of the wicket. And Shamar Holder suddenly is going to be asked to operate in one-day mode in trying to hit the block hole as often as possible, or hit that hard length to make it difficult for Warwick Khan.
Well, the umpire says no with a direct hit. I'd love to see that at the monitor. My first reaction was he didn't make it.
Yeah, I think he's short, but the umpires not having the benefit of the third umpire or VAR, but as we all know, the direct hit makes it even closer than you think, and the fact that he looked like he was struggling would suggest that he was struggling.
Yeah, I think that's out really. I mean, I'd love to see it if possible, but yeah, I mean, he was struggling, direct hit. But umpire Raj Kumar, the man from Trinidad and Tobago, was right there, said not out.
And he got himself in the perfect position, and we know that's something that's going out of the cricket gradually because the umpires don't really make decisions anymore. They pass it on to their colleague for the third umpire. That lead now swells to 161.
More runs to Barbados through mid wicket. Another boundary.
The umpire just checking to see if it's gone, but just bounced inside the boundary. Free for all here now for the Barbados Pride. And Shamar Holder will not want his figures to go up to 3 figures. It's one hit away now. He's got 2 for 96 in his 20th over.
He's actually now pushed the fielder back on the mid-wicket boundary for Warkan, and mid-wicket is deep. In fact, forward square now and a mid-wicket. Is he going to go back in the boundary? Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah, I think he should, because that's a short boundary there, and it's downwind.
So the tail wagging lustily at Kensington. 166 is the lead.
Certainly is wagging. This partnership is now 35 runs already off just 22 deliveries. So more than a wag, this tail.
Sure that Barbados will enjoy the reception plan for them this evening. That's a tradition at Kensington Oval. Get a chance to go into the posh President Suites, having some big drinks, as they would say in Barbados parlance. And now Simmons plays the ball quite nicely into the onside, down to mid-wicket. So real pressure for the CCC, 428 for 9.
So that lead now 166. And we had some excitement in the previous over. And you see that Warwican's bat was still airborne when the stumps were broken. Just about there, and the bat has not even been grounded as yet. So an error made there by our friend, the umpire. He was in great position.
Look at that, yeah.
And the bat is nowhere even near the ground. So well short.
Yeah. I mean, I gave him out, really. And they didn't have my glasses on, yeah. So good work again by the cameraman. Umpire Raj Kumar, you got it wrong, but these things happen. Young umpire. Let's give him some support. Jordan is into the attack now. Now Warwick decides not to take the single. Is it that he doesn't trust his friend anymore, who's more runs than he is?
Don't understand that at all, because surely it's a free for all at this stage. Simmons has got a higher strike rate than Warwican at the moment. So it should really be about taking every possible run at this stage, however it comes. And they may find that Jordan might be a little bit more difficult to get away batting in this style. He's a little bit more clever. So I could see him making it a little bit more challenging for both Warwican and Simmons if they continue to bat in this manner, just swinging from the hip. It was a bad shot, but luckily for Simmons, Jordan did not get a hand on that because Simmons was backing up.
Yeah, right into the stumps. Might have just got his fingers to it. No, he didn't. He's bowled him. Finally. The innings is over, but this has been a very good performance by the Barbados team, leading by 166. Thanks to a magnificent performance, first by Wickham, who got to 95, but continuing from where he left off yesterday, Roston chased with a brilliant 100, and Barbados are in a position of command at the region's Mecca.
Warwican and Simmons just knocking gloves there because they played their part as well just to push that lead up to 166. So they'll be satisfied with their efforts. Simmons will go and rip those pads off and get the bowling boots on. As they may just have a couple of overs before stumps. The light roller being used. I'm not sure what effect that will have on the surface, but I suppose it's rolling the pitch for the sake of rolling it because the heavy roller may just accelerate the breakup. So maybe just a light roll just to tidy up any ball marks. But it's a rock hard surface out there. Hakeem Jordan picking up his second wicket in the process. 2 for 74. Of 16 overs and 4 balls. Ramon Simmons undefeated on 15. Probably be saying to his partner Jamal Warwican, you should have taken the single.
Yep. He didn't and lost the stumps. Back in the way. But overall, Hendy, Barbados will be happy.
Yeah, very much so. Let's go back to repeat myself from the day one. I felt that this pitch was a par score 375. And I just felt that the CCC with the capitulation was well short. And I thought it gave Barbados an excellent opportunity to at least get a lead of 150. They've gone past that, they've got 166, and I think that they're in pole position now, ready to press home the advantage. The CCC will have to bat well in the second innings to take this game into day 4. And so the pitch is still playing well. We've seen 1 or 2 deliveries with the older ball just staying down, and that's understandable on such a surface, has the wear and tear. And we will also keep an eye out because there are a number of footmarks there, which again you expect after 180 overs from the bowlers in their follow through, to see what the spinners will be able to extract from those footmarks, which will be outside the respective batters off stump.
So Barbados doing pretty well with their batting. Big hit from big Jason Holder, going over the top of wide long on. But this time, catch taken, full toss, put away. And there's a little cheeky shot by Roston Chase. Authentic drive past extra cover. Oh, Boucher didn't get close enough to it and gave us underway. And a juggling that, but the catch taken. Ford didn't trouble the scorers. But it was really all about Roston Chase batting so very well. Shots aplenty. Kemar Roach driving down the grounds. And really got very, very good support. Chase from Roach, but Chase, I mean, he's such a good driver, tall and elegant. Reaching for that over extra cover. Too short, pulled away. And that actually went for 6 with the second new ball. 2 straight, wider mid on. And Roston Chase, beautiful, wonderful performance of 100. Luck was on his side. And he really, with the second new ball, driving quite sweetly. And that was really a bit of luck down to third man, too short. But in the end, it went for 4. That was in the air for a while. And in fact, Roach didn't make proper contact and was taken with the second new ball. Chase recognized that it was important to just keep going. And the new ball really gave him some runs. In the end, he got out, caught down at cover by Jordan. Show continued. 2 last batsmen. And that was a cute shot played by Warkan. A swing past the keeper by Simmons. Frustration for the CCC team. Runs flowing from the lower order. That was wide and hammered away. Another big shot by Ramon Simmons. Big strong man. And there was Warkan swinging to the hills. And again going after that. These were important runs for Barbados. And finally, Jordan able to breach the defense of the batsman Warkan. Barbados 428 all out.
Yeah, they'll be very satisfied with that effort. I think if you were writing the script at the start of the day's play, I think they've gone even better than they hoped, with a run rate of over 4.5 runs and over. The CCC will not be relishing the responsibility to face another 3 overs remaining in the day's play. So just 3 overs this evening. You're really on a hike to nothing as a batting team in deficit of 166. 3 overs is all about survival. Doesn't matter about runs. It's all about survival. They'll want to go to stumps with the opening partnership, the opening pair, still at the crease, to come back tomorrow on day number 3 to battle hard, to really make a fist of this. They're well behind. They'll have to bat well. And I think they'll be looking to, first of all, erase the deficit. They will certainly want to be defeated by an innings. But if they can bat well in the second innings, they could take the game into the fourth day. It should not be unrealistic for the CCC to feel as if they could bat 90 overs tomorrow. And if they do that with the run rate that we're seeing throughout this game, with the relatively quick outfield on a good batting pitch, so if they can make 300 in the day, that would certainly do well to take the game into game 4. Of course, those gentlemen there will have different ideas. They would love to take at least 1 wicket this evening before stumps. And then for the spinners to probably take over tomorrow, I'm sure that they'll be looking to put enough pressure on the CCC to effect an innings defeat. But 3 overs remaining in the day's play. Openers will be getting ready to come out.
In fact, Barbados had a tricky period to negotiate yesterday, and they did pretty well. 6 overs, 29 without loss. It's been another good day for the Barbados side. We want to exert a lot of pressure, and maybe even thinking of trying to end the game on the 3rd day. Of course, we're looking into the crystal ball, as was the case against Jamaica. Because when you look at it, to me, you're starting the 3rd innings of this game, and we have not completed day 2. The umpires are going to come out pretty soon. As you said, 3 overs left in the day's play, so we just have to wait and see what transpires. CCC wouldn't want to lose a wicket here. Barbados would love to get 1 or 2. They're in a huddle. That's the normal thing nowadays. When you played Hindi, did you have that?
Not at all. All the discussion was done in the dressing room. And when you came down the steps, it was just onto the field with blood in your eyes.
Blood in your eyes, yeah. What do you think they're saying? Are they praying, saying, like the mighty Gabby Lord, send an answer for we?
Or whose round is it tonight?
Well, there are going to be many rounds tonight because the Barbados Cricket Association will be hosting both teams in the President's Suite, organized by the CEO in waiting behind you, Stephen Leslie. He's got a big smile on his face. Of course, he's the manager of marketing and communications. He's put this together to ensure that Barbadians can hear cricket on radio and, of course, seen on CBC TV, thanks to our good friend there, Mr. Pearson Bowen. So, Barbados is always very keen to promote cricket, brought locally, as I said, since 1978. I think a story should be written about that, though. I mean, these are things that you got to highlight. I mean, to have cricket every Saturday and Sunday since 1978 is something that you really should highlight. But the attention now turned to the final moments on this day, 2nd day of the battle between CCC and Barbados. Kemar Roach is getting ready to start the attack. The veteran, the mentor, the exemplar.
The mistake we saw from the CCC last evening when they had those 6 overs to the Barbados Pride's opening pair was that I felt they were a little bit erratic and didn't force the batters to play enough. So, as we would say, they wasted the new ball.
So, Roach for the first ball to the captain.
Straight away movement from Roach. And on the line where the batter had to play, he just had to negotiate the away movement. As you would imagine, plenty of support for Roach in the slip cordon. Again, they look quite close.
Big appeal gone, caught behind. Roach strikes late on the second day.
Disappointment for the captain. He certainly will not get the opportunity to save his ship. Gone for a duck. Delivery that he had to play, and that's really the challenge from someone like Kemar Roach to the left-hander. He has this ability from around the wicket to the left-handed batter to angle the ball in and then get it to shape away. And with the angle, you're forced to play. And there was the captain playing, looking to play defensively. So that's starting on the stumps. And then the away movement, just playing with a slightly open blade. Catch gleefully accepted by wicketkeeper Boucher. Bad news for the CCC. There are no runs for one wicket.
And they've decided to send a night watchman, your favorite cricketer from CCC, Mr. Marcus. He's going to see what he can do.
We're always talking about momentum, and the momentum certainly was not with Marcus at the end of that innings.
No.
So I'm not sure that psychologically this is a great move for him, but he may prove us wrong. He really only has to negotiate probably half a dozen deliveries. But Roach with his tail up.
What a lovely delivery by Kemar Roach. Not quick anymore, but that ability to move the ball around. He's such an important cog in Barbados' wheel. One that has served with distinction over the years. And in the November of his career now, must be given, as the old people say, given his stripes. Never know. Prime Minister Motley may give him an honor, you never know. In fact, they had regathering in St. Lucie. Didn't quite see his name there. Some people were honored in St. Lucie. Again, Marcus is beaten. Can't get bat on the ball. No, they went to regathering in St. Peter Parish. Wonder when to get to my parish, St. Philip. Bajans are coming home. That's what it's all about. No, it was thought about a couple of years ago, but COVID put it on the back burner. So we gathering Bajans in Barbados. Here's Roach looking to gather another wicket. It's going down the leg side. The end of a fine over from this fine fast bowler, Kemar Roach. A wicket gone, not a run on the board. So the century maker from the first innings, Demel Evelyn, will face up not to Ramon Simmons, but Jason Holder will bowl the second over from the southern end. Interesting.
Going for seniority here. We can expect that away movement again from Jason Holder. Demel Evelyn played really well in the first innings. A slightly different proposition here to face him now. You could call it minus 166 for one.
That was a bit closer, and he elected not to play it. The first two were whitish, brought that back a bit, but still not enough for the batsman to play. Just a matter of survival now for Evelyn.
Absolutely, and Holder will recognize that those first three deliveries, no real pressure on Evelyn. And it didn't quite carry to the keeper either. So we'll keep an eye on that. And Captain Craig Brathwaite a bit off. Will not be pleased with that.
I would think Holder would want to make him play.
I think he's probably mindful not to get too straight, because he's just got two fielders on the leg side and both of them are in front of square.
Deliberate attempt to get that ball on the stumps to make the batsman play their Holder. Big tall man is Jason Holder. Served Barbados and West Indies cricket very well, looking to make a comeback. That wasn't too far off, but good judgment by the right-hander to end the second over. Not a run on the board, but you know what? CCC losing the wicket. So we come down to the final over on the second day of the CCC Barbados Pride clash at Kensington Oval. Another good day for the Barbados team. Question we're asking, can Marcus survive here? Here's Roach to bowl to him.
I don't know if we should give him the credit for pulling the bat inside the line, because I get the impression he's actually trying to make contact and play defensively. Contact made on that occasion. The slip cordon at the ready. And there's a bit of a confident shot. So much for batting for stumps. Pick up 2 runs comfortably. Don't think that was part of the script. But I think most importantly for CCC, Evelyn is kept off strike, so he's at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, in fact, the running suggested that as well. Evelyn, just when the second run was taken, didn't even look at him. He was contemplating a third. But he's the night watchman. So what, 2 balls left in the day's play. Another good day for the Barbados Pride. Led by first Kevin Wickham, who fell short. 95 he got. And the highlight, brilliant 100 from Roston Chase, who's at slip. Had a good first day and an even better second day. So after bowling some out swingers, Roach just using the crease to angle the ball back at the right-hander, but he survives. Like beginning to go here at Kensington Oval as it heads just past 5:30 Eastern Caribbean time. So final ball on day 2. No need to play at that. So Marcus survives. What a day it has been. Barbados quite happy with the action on day 2, led by a very influential cricketer in Roston Chase. Following up on that, 5 wickets in the first innings, 100 today. And at the end of day 2, Barbados in a very strong position. CCC under pressure.
Job done by Calvin Marcus, coming in as night watchman, and he's done just that. He's saved the wickets for the CCC, who now have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Damien Eveling, the one who was the mainstay in the first innings, he will hopefully have a good night's rest and then look to repeat that performance that we saw in the first innings sometime tomorrow. It's a good day for the Barbados Pride. They should be satisfied. Contributions all the way down from the batters. Applause there from the teammates. Applause to recognize a good day's work. So the coaching staff and the management team should be extremely happy.
Yeah, and of course an analysis of the day's play. Barbados starting day 1. Looking pretty good by the end of that first day. 29 without loss, 262. And good batting, first of all, by Wickham, who got to the 95. He was struggling a bit, Hendy. Good knock from him, but then the innings really came from Roston Chase.
And I would say the foundation was really there with the opening partnership. And then we had, where we lost 2 wickets fairly quickly. The Pride then had to sort of check. And the good little partnership between Kevin Wickham and the Centurion from the previous game, the Drakes. So they sort of set the foundation. And as you said, Wickham really went on to play really well. And Roston Chase came in like he'd never left. And from the very first ball, played a shot of ball and really took the game away from the CCC, in my estimation, when they got those couple of wickets and then got the wicket of Drakes. CCC felt maybe they were just in the hunt slightly to bring back the balance, but as I said, Roston Chase and Wickham took the game completely away from them.
Really good to see Wickham get among the runs. He's been struggling a bit. How good is young Kevin Wickham?
Well, I think he's the next best thing for Barbados, and if he continues in this vein, himself and Jonathan Drakes, I wouldn't be surprised to see if they go all the way. And when he makes runs, they're always very attractive. He has such wonderful balance at the crease, and he has the full repertoire of shots as well. So that combination with getting some numbers together can only, help with his development and his elevation.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, our good friend Roland Butcher says he's bats like the old-time West Indian batsman, stroking the ball beautifully. Let's turn our attention now, Hendy Wallace, to CCC in terms of their bowling.
The bowling started last evening, and I just wonder what effect it had on the batters when Barbados started this morning. Because last evening, the 6 overs they bowled to the close, I thought they were a little bit erratic. They were a lot better today, but the pitch played so well. There was no real assistance. There was no lateral movement. And I didn't think that when they started this morning, they put enough pressure on the Barbados opening pair. So they really cruised on to half-century opening partnership. And there was no real period where they were able to stem the flow of runs. It kept going at 4.5 runs and over. And that was a real concern. They were not getting wickets. And if you don't get wickets, the next best thing is to try and just control the run rate. And remember, we said that yesterday with young Ford for Barbados Pride, but no one was really able to do that for the CCC. The experienced bowlers in the camp would have been Akeem Jordan, who does have the ability to perform that holding role. But him along with Shamar Holder, who was really the one that all the focus was on at the moment, probably the occasion may have got to them a bit, and they were maybe trying a tad too hard. So they weren't able to control the run rate as well. So the free scoring players for the Barbados Pride kept the pressure on the CCC attack. And I would say it was toothless, but it wasn't that penetrative.
Tame. I use that word tame. It was very tame indeed. Rather gentle. So let's look forward now, Henry Wallace, as we say goodbye to our many viewers. What are you expecting on day 3?
Well, what I'm expecting and what the CCC should be looking to do is the CCC should be looking to bat 90 overs tomorrow. And if they bat 90 overs with the average run rate that we've seen, they should get themselves close to 280, maybe 300 runs. And that will sort of keep the game alive. But I dare say that it's going to be a little bit difficult. We've already lost 1 wicket. We expect to see a burst from the seamers tomorrow morning, and then it's going to be the challenge of the spin. Roston Chase again and Jamel Warrican.
And Chase has had a very good time. Of course, yesterday picked up 5 wickets, and now today a brilliant 100. Barbados in a very strong position, 428 replying to 262 batting, a second time CCC losing their captain and with a mountain to climb. So when you look at the action, if day 1 was a good day for Barbados, day 2 an even better one. Andrew Mason, on behalf of the team for the final time, saying goodbye from Kensington Oval.